the scope of definition of the vessel has got increased. What is the different type of vessels that you know? They are used in sea waters, but they are not meant for navigation, but they are anyways vessels. So it all starts with vessel. Merchant Shipping Act is dealing with the vessel. So vessels are defined, but now the definition of vessels उसको हमने बढ़ा दिया, क्योंकि पहले वेसल्स वही थे जो नेविगेशन में काम आ रहे हैं. क्या ऐसा है? नहीं, वेसल की परिभाषा बढ़ दी और सभी वेसल का रजिस्ट्रेशन होगा, हमें उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता वजन कितना है. नाउ लेट्स गो अहेड. नाउ लेट्स राइट डाउन द नेक्स्ट बिल आफ्टर वी हैव सीन त्रिभुवन सहकारी बिल. त्रिभुवन सहकारी इज ओनली रिगार्डिंग इरमा. इरमा को हमने इंपॉर्टेंस दी है. सो बेसिकली the bare acts, they tell you what needs to be asked, so that's my call. They will not ask beyond it. ठीक है, because जो PRS में और हर जगह इंफॉर्मेशन मिलती है वो कम होती है, उससे प्रॉपर कनेक्ट नहीं आता. ठीक है, so you go with this only. चलिए आगे, चलिए आगे, चलिए आगे, चलिए आगे. अब लिखिए अगला अधिनियम. Let's write down the next अधिनियम. What is the next अधिनियम? Next अधिनियम क्या है? What is the next law? Tell me some of the laws that you know they were passed. हाँ? IM autonomy, ISI को ओवरहॉल करने का लॉ था, उस पर प्रोटेस्ट हुआ. ये एक्चुअली लॉज दे विल नॉट बी आस्किंग इन मेंस और प्रीलिम्स अनलेस इट्स वेरी हैवी. और बताओ. हाँ, पोर्ट मैनेजमेंट तो हम 5 बिल्स एक साथ, बहुत जिक्र हुआ है उसका. 5 bills which have been passed to overhaul shipping, coastal, inland, and also your overall shipping. We'll discuss it later. You write down. Next is Immigration and Foreigners Act. Immigration and Foreigners Act. Very important law because we have in many of the cases overhauled the colonial framework. So this law is, first thing is it has replaced. In fact, this is also a very important provision where they have replaced which laws? All of these colonial laws have been replaced. What are the names? There is passport, entry into India Act 1920. Second is registration of Foreigners Act 1939. Third, Foreigners Act. What is the year? Because this is the law under which the tribunals have been formed. What is this law? आसाम में तकरीबन 100 ट्राइब्यूनल्स हमने इसके तहत कॉन्स्टिट्यूट कर रहे हैं. कौन सा लॉ है ये? इतनी ज्यादा एनआरसी पिछले 6 साल से न्यूज में है, करंट अफेयर्स में, हिंदू, एक्सप्लेन्ड, एक्सप्रेस, न्यूज आर्टिकल्स. दिस इज 1946 along with this 4th law, that is immigration, Carriers Liability Act 2000, where now all of them have been consolidated into Immigration and Foreigners Act. Immigration and Foreigners Act 2025. ठीक है, तो 4 लॉज ये पूछ सकता है कौन कौन से लॉज को हमने इंटीग्रेट किया है. ठीक है, यूजुअली ऐसे क्वेश्चंस में इट कैन गिव यू अ लॉ व्हिच कैन बी एलिमिनेटेड विदाउट द नॉलेज ऑफ दिस थिंग. सो इट गिव यू 4 लॉज. एक में से तो बिल्कुल ही आउटराइटली यू कैन एलिमिनेट. चौथा या तीसरा ऐसा होगा जहां यू नीड टू नो द फैक्ट्स, और पहले 2 आपको पता होंगे. इसलिए बहुत सारे लॉज ऐसे हैं जो ओवरहॉल कर रहे हैं, तो ये हमें ऐसे देखना पड़ेगा. ठीक है, अब यू राइट डाउन द प्रोविजंस 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 प्रोविजंस। पहला तो क्या है कि it is saying that there has to be possession of valid documents, where it could be passport and travel document for किन के लिए, फॉरेनर्स के लिए, किन के लिए, फॉर ऑल द एंट्रेंट्स, जो भी भारत में एंटर करेंगे उन सबको एक पासपोर्ट या फिर ट्रैवल डॉक्यूमेंट उनके पास होना चाहिए कि बाहर से अंदर आ रहे हैं, चाहे वो भारतीय नागरिक ही हों, वो उनके पास होना चाहिए। और अगर वो विदेशी है तो दिस प्लस क्या, व्हेन यू गो अब्रॉड यू कैरी दिस प्लस अ वैलिड वीजा, दिस इज फॉर a foreigner. This is for a foreigner. Normally we have given visa on arrival to very few nations. I think one of them is Japan, other is Singapore. In fact, the most powerful passport in the world is which one? I think it's Japan. As per the Henley's passport index, the country which has got visa on arrival in most number of nations, if I'm not wrong, is Japan. India, if I'm not wrong, has been given visa on arrival to almost 40-45 nations of the world. India allows visa on arrival for I think Singapore, Australia, and to some extent Japan also. So they just need to come at the airport, have a valid travel plan, and then they will be given visa by the immigration authorities. For India, a very popular location where we get visa on arrival is basically one is Thailand. इसलिए फॉरनर को दिखाना पड़ेगा एक पॉइंट, unless exempted by the सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। यहाँ पे स्टेट का कोई रोल है ही नहीं, सारा काम बेसिकली इसी का ही है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का। ठीक है, तो सबको डॉक्यूमेंट्स रखने हैं, फॉरेनर्स को वीजा भी चाहिए, पहली चीज ये है। दूसरा, इट सेज दैट एंट्री एंड एग्जिट, भारत आना और भारत से बाहर जाना, इट विल हैपन ओनली वाया notified posts, which includes airports, seaports, land border posts, and rail posts through which foreigners can enter and exit India. Foreigners can enter and exit India. Enter and exit India. तो कुछ कहीं से भी नहीं कर सकते, नोटिफाइड पोस्ट से ही आप एंटर कर सकते हो। Third, it basically talks about immigration officer, where immigration officer at notified immigration post will be final authority, very important, will be final authority for entry, exit and admissibility. Entry, exit and admissibility. तो कहने का मतलब basically यही है कि when you go to any country abroad, you would have, let's say you go to US, they ask many questions. किसको मिलना है? Who are you meeting? What is the purpose of your visit? For how long will you stay? So they are basically immigration officers. When somebody comes to India, you will ask these questions to the individual. किससे मिलना है? क्यों मिलना है? किधर रहेंगे? सारा वो decide करते हैं basically your entry and exit. Even if you have all the valid documents. Valid documents के बाद भी notified post से अंदर आने के बाद भी उसका निर्णय है इमिग्रेशन ऑफिसर का कि वो आपको अलाउ करे, एंट्री करे. अधिनियम के तहत शक्तियां इमिग्रेशन ऑफिसर को दी गई है. जो भी हम डिपोर्टिंग के इंसिडेंट सुनते हैं, यूएस से इंडियंस को डिपोर्ट किया, स्पेशली अंडर ट्रम्प, दे आर ऑल डिसीजंस टेकन बाय द इमिग्रेशन ऑफिसर ऑफ देयर आइस डिपार्टमेंट. वैसे ही इंडिया में भी इमिग्रेशन ऑफिसर हैज गॉट ऑल द पावर्स. ठीक है, बस अथॉरिटी का नाम आपको याद रखना है. फिर इसमें नेक्स्ट चीज ये है, यू राइट डाउन दैट द फॉरेनर्स, द फॉरेन नेशनल्स, they have to register with another post. It is called as registration officers. They have to register with registration officers and you can just write down SP or DCP. SP or DCP is the local civil authority. Local civil authority for immigration and foreign regulation. Foreign regulation. ठीक है, तो लोकल सिविल अथॉरिटी एसपी डीसीपी होगा. रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए हमने एक बार अंदर इंडिया में आ गए, इमिग्रेशन ऑफिसर परमिटेड, देन योर रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफिसर्स विल रजिस्टर, और उसके बाद कोई भी इंप्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ इमिग्रेशन एंड फॉरेनर्स एक्ट करना है, वो सारी जिम्मेदारी डीसीपी या एसपी मतलब आईपीएस अधिकारी की वो जिम्मेदारी है. और इसमें एक चीज और ऐड कर लो इसी प्रोविजन में, दैट वी हैव एस्टैब्लिश्ड अ नेटवर्क ऑफ फॉरेनर रीजनल रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफिसर्स, जिसको हम बोलते हैं FROs. ठीक है, तो हमने रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफिसर भी रखे हैं, फिर रीजनल रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफिसर्स भी रखे हैं, और लोकल इंप्लीमेंटेशन के लिए सिविल अथॉरिटी हमारी पुलिस में एसपी और डीसीपी को हमने जिम्मेदारी दे दी है. ये प्रोविजंस हैं विद रिस्पेक्ट टू रजिस्ट्रेशन एंड कोऑर्डिनेशन विद सिविल अथॉरिटीज. इसके बाद ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग प्रोविजन मुझे लगा, सी यू वुड लाइक इट, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. We don't know that it actually happens, but that's a thing that you need to know, that there are certain obligations of your university and the PG providers. So all of these accommodation providers and institutions, for example, your university, if any foreigner is coming and studying in your university, your institution, your university has got certain responsibilities. If I am, let's say, a hotel owner, I am, let's say, Airbnb owner, and I find that there's an entry which has happened through a foreign national has entered, I also have got certain responsibilities. That is what we are discussing. That in this case, who are all the entities Who are all the entities? You write down, we have hotels, hostels, PG, religious institutions, and similar establishments. हॉस्टल, पीजी, ये सारे जो भी बेसिकली जो भी फॉरेनर जहां भी रुकते हैं उन सब की जिम्मेदारी है कि दे हैव टू कलेक्ट पर्टिकुलर्स किसके? मेरे ऑफ फॉरेनर्स, particulars of foreigners in case signatures and transmit a duly filled form to authorities through e-form, मतलब जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, to authorities 24 hours within arrival and departure, which includes OCI also. OCI, Overseas Citizens of India. Who are these OCIs? OCI scheme is a scheme of Ministry of Home, where let's say if I am an Indian citizen, I have got Indian origin, and I become a citizen of a foreign country. Let's say I become citizen of UAE, I become of Singapore, I become of US, I become of Canada, I become of Australia, Japan. So I can have certain benefits of me having Indian origin. So that benefit is I can have an OCI card made. That OCI card has lesser restrictions as compared to restrictions that we have for foreigner. The government of India rewards and wants you to have a connection with your motherland, with your homeland. But as per the Immigration and Foreigner Act, you are a foreigner. Non-citizens are all foreigners. Who is a foreigner? Someone who is not a citizen. ठीक है, someone who is not a citizen. All of them, let's say if I stay in a university, I come to a university to study for a particular course. Within 24 hours, university registrar has to inform the authorities that this foreigner came. And once I left the university or I left the PG, I left the hotel, I left the accommodation, then after I have left, obviously जाने के बाद ही पता चलेगा ना, होटल वाले नहीं पूछते कब जाओगे जी, कब जाओगे, मुझे इतनी वेट नहीं है। मेरे जाने के बाद ही 24 घंटे मेरे जाने के बाद आपको इंटीमेट करना है। किनको? इन सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस को। तो ये इनकी एक जिम्मेदारी है। इट्स अ लीगल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दैट वी हैव विद रिस्पेक्ट टू INF एक्ट 2025। ठीक है, ताकि पूरा ब्यौरा रहे। यू हैव अ डेटा सेट दैट यू हैव। राइट रेवत, नो डिसएग्रीमेंट। ठीक है, इसके अलावा नेक्स्ट पॉइंट 6 पॉइंट राइट डाउन दैट educational and medical institutions, they should notify the किसको? Registration officers about foreigners. This is very interesting. There are so many important hospitals which are there, like Medanta in Gurugram and some other hospitals that we have in Delhi also, जो मशहूर है। भाई किसी भी मिडिल ईस्टर्न कंट्री के लिए, अफ्रीकन के लिए अच्छा इलाज, भारत एक बहुत अच्छा ऑप्शन है। So medical tourism we have to promote, but from the perspective of law, you have to inform कौन सा फॉरेनर व्यक्ति आपके पास आया है। किसको इन्फॉर्म करना है? रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफिसर को। एक इमिग्रेशन ऑफिसर था, एक रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफिसर है, फिर हमारे पास FRROs हैं और लोकल सिविल अथॉरिटी किसी भी कोऑर्डिनेशन के लिए, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए हमारे पास एसपी या डीसीपी है, जो कि लोकल सिविल अथॉरिटी है अंडर द प्रोविजंस ऑफ आई&एफ एक्ट 2020, आई&एफ एक्ट 2025। ठीक है, अब इसमें एक गोवा को ध्यान में रखते हुए ये कदम लिया गया है। हालांकि गोवा हैज सीन अ डिक्लाइन इन the number of tourists that visit drastically. I've been told that they have actually reduced and they are going to other places, some because of cheap tickets, some because of the local concerns in that state, right? So in this case, 7th में इसमें क्या है? This is very interesting. I found it very interesting. Maybe because you encounter a law like this rarely. It's a totally different law. So you have basically authority to shut down what? Authority to shut down? Authority to shut down what? Clubs and resorts. Right, so you write down authority to Ram. Will you do this? Very good. That is why I didn't score well in ethics. You write down, shut down. So who has the authority? Civil authority has the power to control, restrict, and shut. Has the power to restrict, shut places frequented by foreigners. Frequented by foreigners if there are concerns of security, legal, or public order. The law so you have this, you can shut down a place. Civil authority. Who is civil authority? Automatically answer. You have to apply the next thought, you get all the answers automatically. Civil authority as per the law is SP, DM. DM is out of picture because now the statutory authorities are clearly giving the powers to civil authorities. As civil authorities have been designated as SPs and DCPs. So even if you are in a state which is a UT, whatever it is, the power lies of SP or DCP. ठीक है? Is it fine? Say yes or no? Understood? Then you write down the next point. Then you write down the next point. 8 point write down. There is a special permit for protected and restricted areas where protected plus restricted plus prohibited places, they require special permit, and these protected, restricted and prohibited areas are declared by who? Central government. ठीक है, declared by central government. ठीक है, declared by central government. तो basically protected, देखो इसमें ज्यादा डेप्थ में नहीं जाना. Law says that protected areas are the ones which are close to the international border. Apart from those areas, any other area can be declared as protected area. For restricted areas and the prohibited areas, For restricted areas and the prohibited areas, there is no such detail in the law. It is clearly up to the discussions and details of the central government. They demarcate restricted and prohibited. They demarcate protected also. For protected, they have just mentioned that these are the areas which are along the international border in the FN, in the INF Act 2025. ठीक है, चलें आगे. फैक्चुअल है, कुछ ज्यादा है नहीं, सिंपल प्रोविजंस है, बट हमें देखने हैं बिकॉज 4 मेजर लॉज ओवरऑल किए हैं और इसके तहत एक डिसीजन भी लिया है. जस्ट डिस्कस दिस इन अ बिट. अब इसमें एक चीज लिख लो, एग्जेम्पशन. किनके लिए ये एग्जेम्पशंस हैं? कौन से लोग हैं जिसपे इमिग्रेशन एंड फॉरेनर्स एक्ट नहीं लगेगा? एक तो कौन होंगे? इंडियन मिलिट्री और उनके परिवार, एंड फैमिलीज. दूसरा, यू हैव नेपालीज, नेपाल एंड भूटान सिटीजन who are entering India via designated land and air borders. ठीक है. Third is who? Tibetan refugees with special entry permit, special entry permit. Then you have fourth is minority, that is Hindu, Sikh, Buddhist, Jain, P, Parsis and Christian. इसको अभी याद कर सकते हो, HSBC, JP. HSBC is Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation and JP Morgan Chase is a very important bank based in US. ठीक है. HSB JP which is minorities from BAP या ABP. ABP न्यूज से याद रख लो. Afghanistan, B for Bangladesh and P for Pakistan. हाँ, हिंदू माइनॉरिटीज. सोचो एक बार, सब समझ में आ जाएगा. मैं क्लास के बाद भी रहूंगा, थोड़ा सा सोचना पड़ेगा, बस थोड़ा सा जोर लगेगा, पर मैं हूं हमेशा. ऐप तो है ही और आपको 24 घंटे का समय दिया है, जवाब देंगे ही देंगे. थोड़ा सा सोचिएगा तो थोड़ा सा सही रहिएगा. ठीक है. इज इट फाइन? इसके बाद नेक्स्ट लिखिए. नेक्स्ट और कौन कौन व्यक्ति हैं? नंबर 5 राइट डाउन. दी डिप्लोमैट्स, diplomats. Sixth, foreign military personnel. Who are visiting India for humanitarian exercises. Humanitarian exercises. ठीक है. Seventh is visa on arrival, nations is residents, resident of these nations, and official passport holders of the nations where visa requirement are waived under अंडर इंटरगवर्नमेंटल अग्रीमेंट्स। ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है। और इसमें अदर फीचर्स हमने, इनको नहीं चाहिए वीजा, मतलब इनको, इनके ऊपर ये लॉ लागू नहीं होगा। अदर फीचर्स में बस एक ये चीज ऐड कर दो, अदर फीचर्स में एक ये चीज ऐड कर दो कि देयर इज ग्रेजुएटेड फाइन्स, मतलब डिपेंड्स ऑन द अमाउंट ऑफ ड्यूरेशन ऑफ इंफ्रैक्शन, कितनी देर आपने फॉलो किया उस पर फर्क पड़ता है। और दूसरा यहाँ पे वी हैव डिजिटल एंड यूज ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक records, electronic records, electronic records. Yes, unless the government specifies otherwise, this law will not be applicable to all these people. ठीक है, now you write down the current development under this law. Now you write down the current development that we have under this law. For the current affairs, you write down screenshot इसका, ठीक है। For current affairs, write down that the Home Ministry, has done what? The Home Ministry has basically empowered or increased powers of who? Foreigners Tribunal, who are working in Assam, where you can just write down that these foreigner tribunals, they are quasi-judicial bodies. They earlier derived their powers from Foreigners Act 1946. Now they derive their power from, quickly, very good, Immigration and Foreigners Act 2025. ठीक है, where earlier under Foreigners Act there was a order which gave them the powers, that is Foreigners Tribunals Order 1964. 1964. 1964. 1964. ठीक है, where presently we have 100 foreigner tribunals and they are only in Assam, headed by a judge-like member. Headed by a judge-like member. Judge-like member. Judge, not the High Court judge. Basically, district, lower judiciary. High Court judge implies. High Court judge is not there. Basically, you imply lower judiciary judges. ठीक है, ठीक है। The change is that now they have the powers of civil court and first class magistrate. What are these powers? That is summoning and examining on oath, discovery and production of documents, directing personal appearance of accused, and arrest warrants. Arrest warrants for non-appearance. ठीक है, तो बेसिक फंक्शन क्या है? Basic function is if a person is foreigner or not, और उसको परफॉर्म करने के लिए their powers have been increased. ठीक है, तो जैसे ही एनआरसी असम में बनी थी तो उसमें बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग थे जिनका names got deducted. So all those people, they were not having legible documents to vote. But not having legible documents to vote and striking you off from the electoral roll is the start of the process whether you are foreigner or not. So that decision of certifying you as foreigner or not is taken by the local courts. Taken by local courts in all other states except the state of Assam. Assam witnessed a lot of in-migration after creation of Bangladesh. As compared to West Bengal, that also saw a lot of in-migration. The proportion of in-migration was much higher as ruled by the Supreme Court in the state of Assam. So we had a separate class of bodies which are called as these foreigner tribunals or FTs. तो अब इन FTs की पावर जो डिसाइड करने की थी फॉरेनर है या नहीं, क्योंकि हमने फॉरेनर्स एक्ट को ही रिपील कर दिया, उसको हमने इंक्रीज किया अंडर इमिग्रेशन एंड फॉरेनर्स एक्ट 2025. ठीक है, ये हमने देखा इमिग्रेशन एंड फॉरेनर्स एक्ट. नाउ आफ्टर दिस now we are moving on to a separate framework of laws that we have for the sector of ports, for the sector of shipping, and for the sector of inland waterways. So you write down next topic. What is the number of this law? This is number क्या है इसका? 7th. इसका number 7th है. इसका number 7th. 7th के बाद now let's go to the next discussion. This is basically 8th. Very important. They can ask you with respect to the domain कि ये इनमें से कौन कौन से laws they relate to navigation or inland waterways or ports or whatever it is. ठीक है, so you write down laws recently passed which concern Ministry of Ports, Inland Waterways and Shipping. So we have 5 laws that you have. Can you tell me the 5 laws? These were in the current affairs. August, September, I remember some students in 25 batch asking me this, whether they'd be important for the examination or not. टेल मी। हाँ, बिल ऑफ लेडिंग एक्ट। बिल ऑफ लेडिंग बेसिकली रसीद होती है, मैं डिस्कस करूंगा। वेरी गुड। सीआईएसएफ तो बेसिकली सिक्योरिटी, पोर्ट्स की सिक्योरिटी दी है सीआईएसएफ को, वो तो कोई लॉ नहीं है। पोर्ट सिक्योरिटी हैज बीन गिवन टू सीआईएसएफ आफ्टर वी हैव टेकन द पावर्स फ्रॉम डायरेक्टर जनरल ऑफ शिपिंग, इट हैज बीन नाउ कॉल्ड एज मरीन शिपिंग। उससे शक्तियां लेके हमने सीआईएसएफ को दे दी, और हाइब्रिड स्ट्रक्चर दिया है, वो अलग न्यूज है, बट सही है, बट इससे कनेक्टेड नहीं है। यस, बताओ, एक दो तो बताओ, शुरुआत तो करो, फिर हम बाकी हाथ देंगे। मर्चेंट शिपिंग एक्ट मैंने टेस्ट में दिया था, इंडियन पोर्ट्स एक्ट टेस्ट में दिया था। तीसरा टेस्ट में नहीं दिया था, कोस्टल शिपिंग एक्ट। चौथा बिल्स ऑफ लेडिंग एक्ट, और पांचवा कैरेज ऑफ गुड्स बाय सी एक्ट 2025। ये पांचों बिल्स पोर्ट्स और इनलैंड वाटरवेज से रिलेटेड हैं। तो यस, राइट डाउन, आई विल गिव यू द नेम्स। नाम तो सुना होगा आपने, नदिनी होमा का, पोर्ट्स रियो, चिदम्बरनार, फिर दीनदयाल, फिर पाराद्वीप। इंडियन पोर्ट्स एक्ट 1925, 2025. This is a very important law. It overhauls the framework of the laws that we have. And mind you, all of these laws are relevant for General Studies Paper 3 in mains also. It's a pre come mains. We are taking in pre-classes, but I've told C2CA that this will be the base of when I'll take the discussion for Civil Services main. ये सारे laws Paper 2 Polity के लिए जरूरी है। ये सारे laws आपसे infrastructure में भी पूछ सकता है। तब ये मत सोचना कि मैंने पढ़ाया नहीं, तब मैं आपको समराइज करूंगा सारा, बट दिस इज अ पार्ट ऑफ इट। ठीक है, और बताओ। मर्चेंट शिपिंग एक्ट, (2025). Then we have this law. These three are very important because they were quite in news actually. This is Coastal Shipping Act 2025, Coastal Shipping Act 2025। इसके अलावा लिख लो Carriage of Goods by Sea Act 2025. Then fifth law that we have is Bills of Lading. Bills of Lading Act 2025. ठीक है, shall I go ahead? Any doubts? ठीक है, let's start with the first one. Now we'll go with A, B, C, D, E. A, B, C, D, E. Let's write down the first law that we have in the discussion. First law is, write down Indian Ports Act 2025. This was passed in August 2025. It replaces, quickly, जल्दी लिखिए, replaces Indian Ports Act. Indian Ports Act year is 1908. Imagine such an old law, a colonial law. All of these laws that we have replaced here are colonial law. Indian Ports Act, Indian Ports Act, Indian Ports Act 2025. First feature, it provides statutory recognition to किसको? Recognition to who handles the ports in your state? Very good. SMB. State Maritime Board. Write down these SMBs. These SMBs are responsible for administration and regulation of major ports. There is nothing called as minor port. The ports which are non-major, they are called as minor ports. Major ports basically are defined under the Ports Act. Rest all other ports are certified to be, loosely we call it minor, but they are non-major because provisions are meant for major ports and other ports legally. But you are right. Non-major ports. Just a feed for thought for you. How many major ports do we have? Major is 12 ports, and then minor or non-major, how many? We also almost very good, 200 plus. Almost 200 plus, just to give you a framework, 200 plus. ठीक है? Then इसके बाद you write down, we have this body which is already existing. It is called as Maritime. Yes, very good. State Development Council. इसको हमने क्या किया है? We have given them statutory status. We have given them statutory status. Statutory status. So I would say what you have for the major ports, that is basically what you have for the non-major ports in the form of State Maritime Board. That is the equivalent that you have with respect to, in fact, State Maritime Boards, they are equivalent of the Maritime State Development Council. Maritime State Development Council. Now you just write down a bit about these councils. You write down that they are chaired by the Minister of Shipping, Ports and Waterways, and the members include ministers of the coastal states who are in charge of shipping. Then they have secretaries in Indian Navy and ICG who are dealing with coastal security. Then you have Secretary of Ministry of Shipping, Ports and Inland Waterways. ठीक है? ठीक है? And what is the function? What is the function? चलूं आगे या? Write down the function. Say yes or no. Function. Write down. It will issue guidelines. Number one. Guidelines on data or information to be collected. Data or information to be collected by ports. Second, dissemination of data and transparency of port tariffs. Transparency of port tariffs. Second, it will advise the center on national perspective plan for ports. For ports, so they are providing, this bill is providing statutory backing to who? Statutory backing to the State Maritime Board and Maritime Shipping and Development, Maritime State Development Council. Teesra, it basically, after this, the third thing that it does is, it talks about a committee DRC. This committee needs to be constituted by the state governments. This needs to be constituted by the state governments, where it will adjudicate upon disputes between who? Where you have the non-major port authorities. It could be a dispute between users. It could be also relating to the service providers, or it could be also leading to concessionaire. Concessionaire means any individual who's working or is involved in the development of that port. इसको थोड़ा सा अगर हम हिंदी में बोले तो ठेकेदार. तो अगर कोई भी नॉन मेजर पोर्ट में कोई डेवलपमेंट हो रही है, कोई कंस्ट्रक्शन हो रही है, तो दैट विल बी ऑर्गेनाइज्ड बाय द स्टेट मैरिटाइम बोर्ड ओनली. तो कल को उस व्यक्ति की पेमेंट में डिले होता है या उसको कोई भी कंसर्न्स होते हैं, कोई भी प्रॉब्लम होती है इन मैनेजमेंट, तो उस पर्टिकुलर केस में हम क्या करेंगे? हाँ, उस पर्टिकुलर केस में हम डिस्प्यूट रेजोल्यूशन कमेटी को हमने फॉर्म किया है, और ये डिस्प्यूट रेजोल्यूशन कमेटी विल ट्राई टू एंश्योर दैट देयर इज अ प्रॉपर मैकेनिज्म एंड रेजोल्यूशन ऑफ डिस्प्यूट बिटवीन दोज टू पार्टीज. वो दो पार्टीज कुछ भी हो सकती हैं, चाहे वो नॉन मेजर पोर्ट अथॉरिटी हो या फिर वो यूजर हो, कंसेशनर हो, कोई भी हो सकता है. वो बस डिस्प्यूट रेजोल्यूशन के लिए कमेटी बनी है ताकि पोर्ट्स की मैनेजमेंट और इफेक्टिव हो. बेसिकली पोर्ट्स की मैनेजमेंट को ओवरहॉल कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, से यस और नो, फैक्चुअल, राइट. देन नेक्स्ट इज tariffs. Obviously, when you are using, an airport, you have to pay some airport tariff. That is part of the air ticket. When you are automatically using any port, you have to pay the tariff. You have to pay the tariff. If you are trying to use the platform of Indian Railways, you have to take a platform ticket, which nobody takes. But if it's not taken, then you have to pay for the fine also. Sometimes random checking might take place in Delhi. So you have to use, so in that particular case, unless you are IRMS or RPF, then you will collect the fine, right? ठीक है, तो इस केस में क्या है? You will have tariff for the major ports. कितने हैं major ports? For the major ports that we have, इसमें tariff authority कौन करेगा? That is the board of major port authority or board of directors of port which is registered as companies, but for non-major the powers will be of State Maritime Board और concessionaire. मतलब ये बड़ा इजी है. जैसे दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट है, उसको हमने प्राइवेटाइज किया हुआ है. दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट की जो एयरपोर्ट फीस जो आपकी टिकट में एडेड होती है, वो पहले फर्स्ट इट यूज्ड टू बी लेवीड बाय concessionaire. I hope my pace is fine, but I am just pushing it because it has to be taken it like this. I am giving you the facts. It's factual topic. आपको बस familiarize होना और याद तो करना ही है. तो mechanism देख के याद करना है. So basically, when you book a ticket to any place you are flying from Delhi, you have to pay the authorities which is the Airport Authority of India. Airport Authority of India, if it is managing the airports. Now there are very few airports that is managed by Airport Authority of India. We have privatized the airports. For example, Lucknow, for example, Jaipur, for example, Navi Mumbai, that is handled by Adani. So they will levy the tariff. So in this case, if there is any particular port which has been privatized, then in that particular case, that privatized port will decide the tariff. So if I am, let's say, a freight carrier and I'm using the port of Mr. Adani or any other big company, then in that particular case, he will decide what shall be the tariff, because there is no involvement of State Maritime Board. It's basically a non-major board, and that's also example of a port which has been privatized. It's a private port which has been set up after the permission has been taken from the state government. ठीक है? Board of Directors of the port registered as company, because concessionaire, ठेकेदार, जैसे Adani's are concessionaires in Delhi airport, in Hyderabad GMR is the concessionaire, in Bangalore, who is the concessionaire? BIAL. I think it's the same private player who has managed Delhi airport. They are also the concessionaires of BIAL. DIAL and BIAL. GMR had made in fact I have seen that. Is it fine? So you write down. So you write down that after tariffs, then you have next is write down the next is port officers. Now these are two new posts that you would have not heard, so just familiarize yourself. Port officer is like a company has a CEO, right? The ministries, they have got secretaries. So the port officers, they have got this post, which is the head of the management of the post. Anyone knows the name? Anyone knows the name of the person who is the main port officer? Anyone knows, familiar with these ideas? You would not know because you have not actually familiarized yourself. In North India, we don't familiarize ourselves with these things, but it's something which should be common in southern part of India. No. A board chairman is the head of the board, but actual management of that particular thing. Board chairmen are from UPSC selected services only. For example, IS or other allied services also. Kandla's chairman is from the railway services. So it can be you also, depending on, you have to first obviously qualify the examination. So this post is basically called as conservator, where he is appointed by the he is the port officer. He is the port officer. Port officer is like the one who actually implements it, right? He is the one who's actually the main officer who's handling the implementation, and he is assisted by other port officers, and these other port officers, you would want to know the name. It is called as harbor master, and it is also, there's one health officer. There's also one health officer. These are new things, I understand, but port officer you should know is the conservator, and he has got two officers. That could be more also. The name is harbor or health officer. ठीक है? इसी के साथ now we also have provisions for safety and conservation, where we have now become compliant with this very popular convention for very popular convention for very popular convention for very popular convention for marine pollution. Oil spill is a part of marine pollution. What is this? MARPOL. Very good. What is MARPOL? MARPOL you can just write down. It is the quickly International Convention for Prevention of Pollution from Ships, and we have other is Ballast Water Management Convention. What is ballast water? हाँ बिल्कुल. जो ballast water basically is, you know, the water which is carried in the lower part of the ship. In the lower part of the ship, we are carrying this ballast water. We are carrying this ballast water. We are carrying this ballast water, and this water is disposed of in the sea to ensure a proper weight balance, to ensure proper buoyancy. But when you are discharging this ballast water, which is in the lower part of the ship for weight balance and buoyancy, then in that case you also end up going for pollution. So this law not only addresses MARPOL, it also addresses this particular convention, which is Ballast Water Management. It is also called as Ballast Water Management Convention. ठीक है, बस नाम जान लो, ज्यादा डेप्थ हमें देखने की जरूरत नहीं है. बलास्ट समझा पा रहा हूं मैं. शिप का प्रॉपर बैलेंस मेंटेन करने के लिए बायंसी, अगर वेट ज्यादा हो जाता है, so we have to discharge some part of water, so you discharge it in the ocean. It has to be a proper method by which you carry out this particular act of disposal, and thereby you have now a law that is there. So this law, Indian Ports Act, makes you adherent to each of these conventions. ठीक है? In bracket or in a box, write down a bit about MARPOL because I am discussing it. So you write down here MARPOL. MARPOL. So first is MARPOL is administered by who? MARPOL is administered by, you write down, administered by IMO, International Maritime Organization, and it has got 6 annexes, where first deals with oil pollution, second deals with noxious liquid substances, third deals with harmful substances which are packaged, fourth deals with sewage, fifth deals with garbage, or sixth deals with क्या? Second is noxious liquid, harmful liquid substances. Last deals with plastic has been packaged substances में आ गया. Harmful substances में laser, paraphernalia. Six deals with air pollution. From the pollutant class, it is NOx and SOx. ठीक है, ये ब्रॉड फीचर्स हैं। ठीक है, एंड देन लास्ट यू राइट डाउन decriminalizes quickly in bracket decriminalizes punishments with what? With with monetary fines. Absolutely right. With monetary fines and compounding for first time contravention of the law. First time contravention of the law. बंद कर दो. Time contravention of the law. That is what you have for the very first law which has been passed by the Ministry of Ports, Inland Waterways and Shipping. Mr. Sarabanda Sonowal. First is this. Second, you write down. After second law, this is also what I gave you in the test. So second that you have is write down. In fact, we'll write it as B. This is Merchant Shipping Act 2025. Merchant Shipping Act 2025. I have discussed these laws in the priority order only. So your notes, these five I have put it here because they are important, but in these five, these two that you are writing, first you all wrote, second you are writing, this is very important because it deals with merchant shipping. Merchant shipping is all the private shipping carriers who are involved in transportation of goods and services from one part of my country to the other world. So how to regulate them? Okay, so you write down merchant shipping. So this we'll write in a tabulated manner because some details are required here. So I would want you to write it in a tabulated manner. You write down, it replaces, first let's know the law. It replaces, what is the name of the law? Very good. Merchant Shipping Act 1958. 1958. ठीक है? Is it fine? So you just write down, make a table in the horizontal mode, take the entire page. So you have first is previous provisions. Now we have post 2025 amendment. Previous. First is regarding mandatory registration of the vessel. भाई जैसे आपके पास कार है तो आप उसकी रजिस्ट्री कराते हो और आपके पास साइकिल है उसकी रजिस्ट्री नहीं होती, और इसमें अगर आपके पास साइकिल है मतलब यू हैव अ नॉन मैकेनिकली प्रोपेल्ड वेसल, नाउ यू विल रजिस्टर इट अंडर द फ्रेमवर्क of the recently passed, which replaces Merchant Act of 1958. That's the first difference. So you write down here quickly. You write down here mandatory registration, where you will register all sea-going Indian vessels except कौन कौन से जो मैकेनिकली प्रोपेल्ड नहीं है, मैकेनिकली प्रोपेल्ड नहीं है, which have got weight which is less than 10 tons and used for only navigating Indian coasts. तो 15 टन्स 15,000 किलो 15 टन्स, ठीक है, ठीक है। तो कोई भी ऐसा वेसल जो कि मैकेनिकली प्रोपेल्ड हो या फिर उसका वजन 15,000 किलो से कम हो, मैकेनिकली प्रोपेल्ड हो या फिर उसका वजन 15,000 किलो से कम हो, एंड उसका इस्तेमाल किसके लिए हो? नेविगेटिंग इंडियन कोस्ट। नेविगेटिंग इंडियन कोस्ट मीन्स कि उस वेसल का इस्तेमाल जो कि या तो 15,000 किलो से कम हो या फिर वो मैकेनिकली प्रोपेल्ड नहीं हो, जैसे सेलिंग इक्विपमेंट, मतलब इसके अंदर कोई भी इंजन या पावर सोर्स नहीं लगा। उन सभी वेसल्स को आपको रजिस्टर करने की आवश्यकता नहीं थी। यू वर नॉट अलाउड, दोज वेसल्स दे वर नॉट अलाउड टू बी रजिस्टर्ड अंडर द Merchant Shipping Act that we have in 1958. Now what we have done is, before we just write down, you can just write in bracket here. Now you can just write in bracket here one point just to have a brief, that when you say a vessel, it could be ship, it could be boat, it could be sailing vessel, or other vessels which are used for navigation, अब इसमें चेंज क्या हुआ है? all the vessels they need to be जितने भी वेसल्स हैं, चाहे वो मैकेनिकली प्रोपेल्ड हो या नहीं हो, या फिर वो 15 टन से उनका वेट कम हो, इनलैंड वाटरवे में इस्तेमाल हो, कहीं भी हो, जितने भी वेसल्स हैं वो सब रजिस्टर होंगे। इट डज नॉट मेक अ डिफरेंस हाउ दे डिराइव देयर पावर एंड what is the scope of their navigation. And in this case, when you are discussing the definition of vessels, is very important. The definition of vessels also has got changed. The scope of definition of the vessel has got increased. What is the different type of vessels that you know? They are used in sea waters, but they are not meant for navigation, but they are anyways vessels. So it all starts with vessel. Merchant Shipping Act is dealing with the vessel. So vessels are defined, but now the definition of vessels उसको हमने बढ़ा दिया, क्योंकि पहले vessels वही थे जो navigation में काम आ रहे हैं। क्या ऐसा है? नहीं, vessel की परिभाषा बढ़ दी और सभी vessel का registration होगा, हमें उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता वजन कितना है। Think about Bombay High. Have you seen this Bombay High offshore? हाँ, क्या बोलते हैं उनको? Oil extract, जैसे बॉम्बे हाई में आपने देखा होगा, that is one of the highest paid jobs in your engineering. Oil rigs. So you are made to stay in that oil rig for 15 to 20 days and then rest for 10 days. You come back on the city. So for those 15 to 20 days, you have to stay in the rig, and it's a highly paid and a highly dangerous job, right? So this is basically called as, write down. So it includes mobile offshore drilling units. Then you've got submersibles, and you have got non-displacement craft. नॉन डिस्प्लेसमेंट क्राफ्ट, तो एक तो हमने वेसल्स की डेफिनेशन हमने इंक्रीज कर दी और रजिस्ट्री होगी. इट्स लाइक सेइंग कि आपके पास अगर बाइसिकल है या ट्राइसिकल है या कोई भी पहिए वाला वाहन है, आपको उसको रजिस्टर कराना ही कराना है. जरूरी नहीं है कि वो मैकेनिकली प्रोपेल्ड नहीं है तो आप उसको नहीं कराओगे. अब ऐसा नहीं है, जो भी वेसल चल रहा है उसको रजिस्टर कराना ही कराना है नेविगेशन के लिए, और वेसल की परिभाषा हमने बदल दी है. हाँ, पहला तो वेसल्स है, वेसल्स की परिभाषा बदली, और फिर रजिस्ट्रेशन किनका होना है, वो सभी का होगा. हाँ, ये तो ऑब्वियसली है ही, शिप बोट्स ये तो है ही. इसके अलावा हमने जो नॉन नेविगेशनल पर्पसेस के लिए, जो कि मोबाइल ऑफशोर यूनिट्स है, इसका इस्तेमाल नेविगेशन के लिए नहीं होता. कोई सबमर्सिबल है जिसका इस्तेमाल अंडर वाटर स्टडी के लिए हो रहा है, या मतलब जैसे वो मत्स्य 6000, तो वो भी अब रजिस्टर होंगे. ये तो 100% है ही. आई शुड हैव टोल्ड इट, बट यस यू आर राइट. इसके साथ ये ठीक है. चला गो है, ठीक है. देन यू राइट डाउन सेकंड इज राइट डाउन अबाउट ओनरशिप. Ownership of Indian vessel. Ownership of Indian vessel. So 1958 law specified the criteria for Indian ownership, where it is either owned by a citizen or it is owned by company established in India, or it could be a registered cooperative society. अब इसको हमने रिलैक्स कर दिया. तो एक तो उसमें चेंज क्या आया है, इवन इफ इट इज पार्टली ओन्ड, मतलब इनमें से अगर कोई पार्टली भी ओन करे उस वेसल को, वो इंडियन वेसल कहलाया जाएगा. इंडियन वेसल वो कहलाया जाएगा. सेकंड, वेसल्स which are owned by OCI. It could be partly or wholly. And in this case, what will be that limit? That threshold shall be decided by the central government. Will the Indian Navy vessels be registered? Will the Indian naval vessels be registered under the Merchant Shipping Act? Merchant Shipping Act is basically dealing with the vessels which are involved in non-defense purposes. When you have any such defense vessel, then you primarily have the Indian Navy Act 1950 and the subsequent matters that we have for Indian Coast Guard. These two are totally separate. This is regarding merchant shipping. Merchant shipping is basically shipping which is privately owned and it doesn't have any such security or Coast Guard like relationship. So this is meant for merchant vessels. Merchant vessels which are involved in navigation, trade, but not in defense. Okay, am I able to make you understand? Right. So in this case, even if there is a vessel that is owned by OCI, let's say I am a Canadian citizen, but I was Indian, I have that OCI card, then if I own a vessel in India, all the benefits which are given to these Indians who have bought Indian vessels, they'll be applicable for me in terms of taxation, in terms of registration, in terms of other benefits which I have under the law. They can be taken by me after the government of India has notified what is that threshold above which should be considered as Indian. Right? In bracket, write down. It needs to be noted that the vessels which are wholly owned, it needs to be noted that the vessels which are wholly owned by OCIs, may register in any other country. May register in any other country. So you have given them option of actually having ownership in India. You can also register your vessel in a different country. Is just that if you want to take benefits of the Indian laws with respect to promotion of ownership and taxation benefits, you are allowed that, but what will be that threshold, that should be determined by the central government. Okay, next point write down. Third is flag of convenience is basically the registration of that particular vessel in a country. So tomorrow, if any particular Indian, let's say he buys a ship and he wants to register his ship in a different country like Malta or let's say Panama, he can do that. So that ship will be counted as registered in that country. Then Indian Shipping Act, Merchant Shipping Act उस पर लागू नहीं होगा. ये मर्चेंट शिपिंग एक्ट के तहत जो भी इंडियन वेसल्स हैं वो इंडियन वेसल में काउंट नहीं होगा. ठीक है. हाँ, जैसे अगर कोई व्यक्ति गाड़ी लेता है तो वो ओनरशिप गाड़ी की है और वो गाड़ी भारत में रजिस्टर होती है, पर वो व्यक्ति किसी और देश में जाके भी गाड़ी खरीद सकता है. अगर वो इंडिया में गाड़ी खरीदता है तो जो इंडियन लॉज के तहत उसको बेनिफिट मिलेंगे वो मिलेंगे. वही सेम प्रिंसिपल यहाँ पे मर्चेंट वेसल्स का भी है कि कोई भी वेसल इंडियन वेसल कब कहलाएगा वो हम कहना चाह रहे हैं. और अगर वो किसी और कंट्री में रजिस्टर कराता है जिसको फ्लैग ऑफ कन्वीनियंस बोलते हैं, वो भी वो करवा सकता है, उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. ठीक है. यस. नंदा देवी का ये देखना पड़ेगा कि वो कौन से कंट्री में रजिस्टर्ड था, वो इंडियन वेसल है या नहीं. अगर वो नेवल या कोस्ट गार्ड वेसल नहीं है तो हो सकता है किसी बड़े इंडियन ओनर का वो वेसल हो, तो वो उसकी इच्छा है कि वो उसको रजिस्टर कहाँ कराएगा. मेरे हिसाब से क्योंकि उसको इवैक्यूएशन में यूज़ किया है तो उसको रजिस्टर उसने इंडिया में ही कराया होगा. अगर उसने इंडिया में उसको रजिस्टर कराया होगा तो जितने भी प्रोविजंस मर्चेंट शिपिंग एक्ट 1958 के हैं और अब 225 वो सारे उस पर लागू होंगे. ठीक है. यू कैन जस्ट चेक एंड टेल मी वेयर इज द फ्लैग ऑफ कन्वीनियंस. ठीक है. शैल आई गो अहेड? इज इट फाइन? लिखो रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ सर्टेन फॉरेन वेसल्स. रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ सर्टेन फॉरेन वेसल्स. ठीक है. इसमें there is no provision that we have in the 58 Act, but now that if there is a foreign vessel means a vessel that is not registered in India. If there is a foreign vessel which is chartered by which is chartered by an Indian person. If it is chartered by an Indian person, मैंने कोई ऐसा शिप यूज किया जो कि रजिस्टर्ड किसी और कंट्री में है. चार्टर मीन्स यू आर टेम्परेरली trying to use the services of the ship. Let's say if I am into inland and coastal navigation and transportation of goods and substances, I do not want to buy a ship. I basically chartered means I temporarily use that ship, but I am an Indian, I am the Indian citizen and I am using a foreign vessel. If I am using a foreign vessel which is chartered by me, the law now allows that it may be registered. It may be registered as Indian vessel. It may be registered as Indian vessel. This may be registered as Indian vessel. पहले ऐसा कोई भी क्लॉज नहीं था. अगर आपने टेम्परेरीली उसका इस्तेमाल भी किया तो आपको कोई बेनिफिट रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ द वेसल का नहीं मिलेगा. पर अब अंडर द मर्चेंट शिपिंग एक्ट 2025 द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ द डे अलाउज simultaneous registration of this vessel which is foreign, but because it is being chartered, because it is being temporarily used by the Indian citizen for any purposes, this vessel, because of ownership being Indian, can now be registered under the Indian laws, that is Merchant Shipping Act 2025. ठीक है. पिछले बिल में, पिछले लॉ में there was no such provision because it is a foreign vessel. The situation stopped then and there. Now because it is being chartered, इसका temporarily इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, तो हम इसको under Merchant Vessel Act 2025 के तहत हम इसको register कर सकते हैं. It's like saying I'm using a car that is registered in UK and I paid the import duty and I got it in India. So because it's a foreign registered car, it cannot be simultaneously registered in India. But because I am an Indian citizen, I got that particular car into the country as compared to a foreigner who is importing that car in India. I have got the privileges of registering that particular car in the RTO authorities of Delhi. तो वो foreign vessel तो है ही, पर वो Indian laws के तहत भी register हो सकती है. ये exception सिर्फ उनके लिए है जो सारे vessels बाहर के हों. इंडियन होंगे तो रजिस्टर होगा ही होगा, अगर वो बाहर के हो उसको चार्टर करने वाला इंडियन. ठीक है, ठीक है. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट राइट डाउन. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट राइट डाउन दैट दिस इज विद रिस्पेक्ट टू recycling. This is important. Why? Because along in Gujarat, remember Alang? Alang in Gujarat, this is Alang. This is Alang. So this is one of the centers where we end up recycling the ship. तो जो भी foreign vessels हैं, after they have served their time of 30, 35, 40 years, whatever be the life, it is brought in along, it is broken, and then the parts of the ship might be utilized for a specific purpose. तो इसमें recycling of the ship को लेके कोई specific clause नहीं था. अब हमारे Merchant Shipping Act में ये clause है कि it can be temporarily registered, for unregistered vessels which are to be recycled in India, which are to be recycled in India. तो इसमें अनरजिस्टर्ड का मतलब क्या है? अनरजिस्टर्ड क्यों? जैसे कोई भी कार हम खरीदते हैं, उसकी लाइफ 15 साल है. It is 15 years as per the laws that have been made by the government of India, that is Motor Vehicle Act. Motor Vehicle Act that says the life of a vehicle passenger is 15 years. After 15 years, it automatically becomes junk unless it is re-registered. So similarly, if you are registering a particular merchant vessel in a different country, there must be some inherent life cycle. Once that life cycle of that ship has been completed and it becomes unregistered, now if you want to recycle that ship in India, it is only meant for shipbreaking. The parts need to be dismantled, but to ensure that there is a proper mechanism and there is still a possibility of registration, the Merchant Shipping Act allows temporary registration. Temporary means you cannot run it permanently because the life of that particular ship has ended. ठीक है, ईज आउट करने के बेसिकली तरीके हैं. रजिस्ट्रेशन मतलब सब कुछ आपके नेटवर्क में, आपके लॉज के तहत वो आना चाहिए, समथिंग लाइक दैट. ठीक है, समझ में आ रहा है? नेक्स्ट पॉइंट यू राइट डाउन. दे हैव नाउ रीनेम्ड it renames your DGS, that is Director General of Shipping. It has become DGMA. DGMA is Director General of Marine Administration. ठीक है, अब इसमें ये चेंज हुआ है. अक्टूबर करंट अफेयर्स, दिस वाज द एक्शन दैट हैज बीन टेकन बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ द डे. दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट. व्हाई? बिकॉज वी नाउ हैव अ रेगुलेटरी बॉडी फॉर security. There was no regulatory body for security under the 1958 law. We had the National Shipping Board and we had National Welfare Board for seafarers. But now we have a law. So these boards are there. Now we have another this thing where we have said that the central government may create body for regulation of security. Regulation of security. Security of vessels and security of ports. ठीक है, ठीक है. तो ये पोर्ट सिक्योरिटी के लिए एक सेपरेट बॉडी हम बताना चाहते हैं. इसका नाम क्या है? What is the name of this body which the government has planned, which will be headed by an IPS officer? Write down in bracket below this clause. Write down BOPS. BOPS, that is Bureau of Port Security. Bureau of Port Security shall be constituted headed by Director General Director General in bracket IPS officer under Ministry of Ports Shipping, Ministry of Ports Shipping. ठीक है, Port Shipping, and it is modeled on which is this body that we have for security in the civil aviation. Absolutely right. Very good. This is very good. This is BCAS. BCAS, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security. ठीक है, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security मंत्रालय कौन सा है? Civil Aviation. Mr. Scindia, not Mr. Scindia, Mr. Naidu from TDP. ठीक है, ठीक है. अभी किसी को नियुक्त नहीं किया है, पर डायरेक्टर जनरल ऑफ बेसिकली Director General of Shipping, who is now called as Director General of Marine Administration, he has been made temporarily the head. He'd be temporarily made the head till the point they end up finding the IPS officer level 15, grade 15, to be chosen as the one who is heading port security, the one official, one responsible individual for port security. ठीक है, very good. Next point you write down. Next point you write down. After this, इसके अलावा इनका भी रेगुलेशन बहुत जरूरी है. नंबर 7 कौन सा है? रेगुलेशन ऑफ ट्रेनिंग institutes. All those training institutes where DG shall regulate maritime education and training, where it also has the power to approve courses and training institutes. ठीक है, I remember after class 12, if you wanted to get through IITs and NITs and ISM Dhanbad, that was one good professional choice. Obviously, that was number one. Along with this, there used to be a very popular school, very popular institution that was in Bombay, and that was meant for marine education. So if I wanted to enter that institute, then the best of the best maritime shipping, or you could say merchant shipping companies, they would have hired me and they would have taken me for placement. What is the name of the institute? IMU. Okay, it should be IMU now. In my days, it used to be something called as starting with T. Tolani or something. I might be wrong with the exact term. So all of those institutes which are involved in maritime training, maritime course, merchant shipping, Navy के लिए नहीं, जो कमर्शियल शिपिंग वेसल्स होते हैं उनमें कैप्टन होता है, ऑफिसर होता है, वो सारा जो उनकी ट्रेनिंग है ऑफ हैंडलिंग ऑफ शिप, वो सारे जो भी कोर्सेज हों जो बेसिकली अभी यूजीसी करता है, AICTE डज फॉर टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूशंस, बार काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया डज फॉर BB LLB प्रोग्राम्स, फार्मेसी काउंसिल डज फॉर B फार्मा, MBBS के लिए हमने NMC कर दिया. मतलब कहने का मतलब ये है कि वो सारा रेगुलेशन अब ये डायरेक्टर जनरल ऑफ मरीन shipping, whatever is that new name, he or she will approve the courses also, ताकि streamlined रहे merchant shipping और इसका curriculum and training. नहीं प्राइवेट भी, हाँ TS चाणक्य की, yes. यस, जितने भी कोर्सेज हैं गवर्नमेंट नहीं, ये तो रेगुलेटरी बॉडी है, डायरेक्टर जनरल है, जैसे डायरेक्टर जनरल, जैसे डीजीसी है, सरकारी हो या नॉन सरकारी हो, सभी का पंजीकरण करता है। तो ये जितने भी कोर्सेज जो भी यूनिवर्सिटी चला रही है और जो संस्थाएं हैं जो चलाएंगी उनको, उन सभी का विनियमन इस माध्यम से होगा, रेगुलेशन है, ये सारा डायरेक्टर जनरल नहीं करेगा। ठीक है। और लास्ट में यू वांट टू प्रमोट द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ द seafarers. Seafarers are the people who are seafarers are the people who are basically operating the sailing vessel, जिसमें रैंक्स होती हैं बहुत सारी, उनके राइट्स के लिए, बिकॉज उनको सोशल सिक्योरिटी देना बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि कई बार कंपनीज क्या करती हैं, दे हायर यू फॉर 6 months, 7वें महीने ऑन बोर्ड शिप पे रख लेंगी, पैसे नहीं देंगी, या कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन करते हैं 1 साल का, उसमें सैलरी आपको 6 months 7 months, डिफरेंट कंपनीज दे हैव गॉट डिफरेंट method of paying. Some of them they pay you only when you are on board, you are traveling. If you are basically on shore, you are in India and you are not traveling in that merchant shipping vessel, they will not give you any remuneration. तो वो social security norms को decide करने के लिए हमने ये last clause दिया है. So you write down this point, 8 point is seafarers agreement. तो पहले कौन था? द मास्टर इन कमांड ऑफ इंडियन वेसल, ही यूज्ड टू साइन द एग्रीमेंट विद द क्रू मेंबर. तो जो भी, जिसकी भी कमान में कैप्टन कह लो या जो भी उसकी पोस्ट होती होगी, आई डोंट नो द एग्जैक्ट पोस्ट, वो जानना नहीं है, बट जो भी उस फाइनल डिसीजन मेकर नहीं, जैसे टाइटैनिक में यू मस्ट हैव सीन नो दैट मूवी, दैट bearded fellow, that actor doesn't leave the ship because he is the one who's responsible. So something like that. That individual who's the master commander of that ship, he signs an agreement with all the people who are traveling. This is as per the Merchant Shipping Act, but now you want to increase the framework of their social security. तो इसमें अब हमने चेंज कर दिया. अब क्या होगा? जो उसका मालिक है, ओनर ऑफ इंडियन वेसल, एंड बहुत जरूरी, रिक्रूटमेंट एंड प्लेसमेंट सर्विस एजेंसीज, they have to now enter into agreement with the seafarers, and also one more thing, the seafarers shall have access to social security as prescribed by सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट. ठीक है, तो समझ में आ रहा है? जैसे मैं मान लो टीएस चाणक्य में मैं मैरीटाइम एजुकेशन कर रहा हूं और कोई प्लेसमेंट एजेंसी ने मुझे प्लेस कर दिया एक पर्टिकुलर मर्चेंट शिपिंग वेसल में, तो व्हेन आई एंटर दैट शिपिंग वेसल देयर हैज टू बी सम गारंटी, देयर हैज टू बी सम एग्रीमेंट. आई एम बेसिकली रिस्किंग माय लाइफ फॉर अ endeavor, for my ownership. It's different from other professions that you have in the country, so you have to think differently. So as per the 1958 Act, the agreement had to be signed between the master in command and with me if I'm the seafarer. Now the owner of that shipping vessel, जो उस particular vessel का मालिक है, एक वो, और जिस इंस्टीट्यूट ने मुझे वहां प्लेस किया है, अगर कोई प्लेसमेंट एजेंसी है, उसको भी मेरे साथ एक करार या समझौता साइन करना पड़ेगा. और मैं उसके अलावा, ताकि ये क्लैरिटी है, agreement एक करार से, like we have an agreement between us regarding what I will deliver and what is expected of you. So that adds clarity to our relationship. The same way this agreement will be signed here, and automatically these seafarers, once they sign the agreement, they are also entitled as per the Merchant Shipping Act to social security as per the Indian norms determined by the central government. तो उनको सोशल सामाजिक सुरक्षा देने का हमने एक कदम दिया, ठीक है। और लास्ट, पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल सर्टिफिकेट। अगर आप कोई भी वेसल चलाते हैं, इट्स लाइक सेइंग दैट यू आर राइडिंग एनी कार ऑन द स्ट्रीट्स ऑफ इंडिया, यू नीड टू हैव अ registry certificate, you need to have a pollution control certificate. Now this pollution control certificate has become mandatory for all the vessels. Doesn't make a difference what is the tonnage of that particular vessel that you are using, because earlier the registration was restricted only to the vessels of certain size. अब वो साइज वाला क्राइटेरिया हमने हटा दिया, अब कोई क्राइटेरिया नहीं है। जैसे रजिस्ट्रेशन सभी की होगी, पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल भी सभी को चाहिए होगा, चाहे उसका जो भी वेट हो। तो अब लास्ट पॉइंट लिख लो, लास्ट पॉइंट लिख लो, लास्ट पॉइंट लिख लो उसको, पोल्यूशन एट सी। इसमें all vessels require certificate irrespective of the tonnage. Is it fine? Is it fine? Now you write down after this is simple provisions. You have to think like this, slightly tricky. It's a new thought. It will take time. You need to revise it twice. This is a new area, I totally understand. But you need to understand registration, Indian registration, who is Indian, foreign vessel brought into India for any trade and transactions, you can register it. You get a vessel for ship breaking, that can also be temporarily registered. Then also you've got seafarers agreement that can be signed. New nomenclature for marine, DGS is now DGMA, and you've got certain criteria with respect to port security being added after we have a separate board for security of the ports. It is all of these provisions on the right, they all are new provisions. They all are new provisions. If there's something that is not there on the left hand side, then it was not existing. That is how this entire table has been made. Okay, now you please write down. Now you please write down here. Quickly write down. Again, new offenses have been added. Write down, new offenses have been added. Example, operating unlicensed recruitment agencies and discharging harmful pollutants. In the sea. Okay, and as usual decriminalizes the some offenses. Don't write the, decriminalizes some offenses. Okay, that same perspective that you are converting the imprisonment into monetary punishment, that is the framework that we have under the law. ठीक है, ये तो हो गया, confusion तो नहीं हो रहा. First we had seen which law? Indian ports, regulation of major and non-major ports, certain conditions we saw there. Second is with respect to the vessels. Who are Indian vessels? What certificates they want? Can a foreigner, if he charters into India, what benefits we have. If we are getting unregistered vessel in India with respect to your recycling, what measures can be taken? 1, 2, and third. Now you write down she. The third law that we have is Coastal Shipping Act 2025. Coastal Shipping Act 2025. Coastal shipping means this is Kandla, this is Bombay, this is Jawaharlal Nehru, this is Marmogua, this is Mangalore, this is Thiruvananthapuram. Any kind of trade and transport that is carried, this is slight north is your this is Kandla. So any kind of trade that is being carried Vizag, Paradweep, और यहाँ पे क्या है, कोलकाता. Any kind of trade that is being carried from one port of my country to another, that is now being regulated under the ambit of the Coastal Shipping Act 2025. तो ये किसको रिप्लेस कर रहा है? कोस्टल शिपिंग एक्ट कोस्टल को ही करेगा? नहीं, हर बार कोस्टल शिपिंग का प्रिलूड नहीं हो सकता. इतना आसान तो हम पूछते ही क्यों नहीं? तो अब बताइए फिर क्या है इसका राज? राइट डाउन. दिस रिप्लेसेस व्हाट? बताइए. इट रिप्लेसेस, there is no Coastal Shipping Act, it replaces what? Part. ये क्या है? Part 14. Part 13 of the Indian Constitution is Interstate Trade and Commerce. What is Part 14? 3082 to 3023 Civil Services. नहीं, Part 14A is Tribunals, 323A, 323B. Part 14 should be Articles 308 to 3023. नहीं, Trade Commerce Part 13 है. Trade Commerce Intercourse is Part 13. हाँ, ट्राइब्यूनल्स है, वो 14A है. हाँ, Part 14 कौन सा है? हाँ, वो तो वही तो मैं पूछ रहा हूँ. Civil Services. Okay. Yes, I was trying to think because I've taught Part 14A, I've taught Part 13, I have not taught Part 14. So it was not hitting me. I was trying to see what is the idea. ठीक है, आप यही कह रहे थे? दूसरा कह रहे थे, कोई बात. पार्ट्स वैसे याद कर लेना पॉलिटी के लिए बहुत जरूरी है. सारे पार्ट्स और शेड्यूल्स ऑन टिप्स होने चाहिए. स्पेसिफिकली एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ 5th शेड्यूल और 6th शेड्यूल में आपको थोड़ी सी डेप्थ. 5th शेड्यूल 6th शेड्यूल मेरे हिसाब से थोड़ा सा टफ एरिया है. I said I'll take a class on that, but I will not be able to get time because it will take me one day to read the Bear Act and make a table. I had made the table, but that notebook I'm not able to recall. I had prepared that very well, but you have to prepare that. That's a tough area. You need to deep dive a bit more than what you find in the books for 5th schedule with respect to the provisions of your constitution. उसको अच्छे से पढ़ लेना और पढ़ना, मतलब जितना पढ़ाया उससे ज़्यादा पढ़ना. I think Sahil had taught you, so you refer his notes only. He had made a table, you refer that. You'll be able to attempt a question. ठीक है? Then you write down Part 14 replaces Part 14 of किसका? Merchant Shipping Act. Shipping Act 1958. ठीक है, अब इसमें you need to know this that we'll look at the new provisions only. The Merchant Shipping Act 1958 and part part 14. This deals with ships other than sailing vessels that were engaged in trade within coastal waters. Now we have replaced it with this Coastal Shipping Act 2025. This is regulating all type of vessels, जिसमें ships भी होंगे, जिसमें boats भी होंगे, जिसमें सेलिंग वेसल्स भी होंगे, जिसमें मोबाइल ऑफशोर ड्रिलिंग यूनिट्स भी होंगे, एंड दिस इज regardless of being self-propelled or not. तो मैकेनाइज्ड हो या नहीं हो उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता, सारे वेसल्स जो कि कोस्टिंग शिपिंग में इन्वॉल्व हैं वो सब इसमें कवर होंगे। ठीक है, तो एक तो डेफिनेशनल पर्सपेक्टिव में चेंज हो गया, ये सेलिंग वेसल्स को इंक्लूड नहीं करता था मर्चेंट शिपिंग एक्ट, और इट वाज बेसिकली एक्सक्लूडिंग सर्टेन वेसल्स which were not mechanically propelled। इसमें वो एग्जैक्ट क्लॉज हमें देखने की जरूरत नहीं है, आपको बस ये होना चाहिए कि कोस्टल शिपिंग एक्ट डिफाइंस ऑल द वेसल्स which are being used in coastal shipping। उन सबको ये डील करता है। it basically regulates all of these vessels। so just write down it, write like this: all encompassing regulation, all encompassing regulation। हाँ, मैकेनिकली सेल्फ प्रोपेल्ड वही बात है, मतलब मैकेनिकली सेल्फ प्रोपेल्ड मींस व्हिच इज हैविंग एक्सटर्नल सोर्स ऑफ, मतलब सेल्फ प्रोपेल्ड मतलब जो खुद चल रहा है। मैकेनिकली प्रोपेल्ड जिसके अंदर a vessel can be mechanically propelled, which means it has an engine, or it could be having any other way of transmission of power which is surely not based on engine। whatever be that vessel, if it is involved in coastal shipping, all of it will be regulated by the Coastal Shipping Act। so let's say if I am an Indian, I buy a vessel, it could be mechanically propelled, it could be not propelled, it has to be first registered under the Merchant Shipping Act 2025, and now once I register it, if I want to utilize it for coastal shipping, then in that case I have got certain more restrictions or lack of it with respect to regulation under the Coastal Shipping Act 2025। समझ में आ रहा है? तो कोई नई गाड़ी लेते हैं तो उसको आरटीओ के तहत रजिस्टर करते हैं, और फिर वो कहाँ जाती है वहां उस पर्टिकुलर स्टेट के लॉज होंगे। वैसे ही मैंने शिपिंग वेसल लिया, मैं भारतीय हूँ, उसको मैंने रजिस्टर किया अंडर मर्चेंट शिपिंग एक्ट, और फिर अब क्या वो कोस्टल शिपिंग एक्ट के तहत आएगा या नहीं आएगा, उसका जवाब है सारे वेसल्स उसमें आएंगे ही आएंगे। ठीक है, ठीक है, तो वेसल्स क्या है उसको हमने डिसाइड किया मर्चेंट शिपिंग एक्ट के तहत। कौन कौन से वेसल्स हैं, दे हैव बीन डिफाइंड अंडर मर्चेंट शिपिंग एक्ट, बिकॉज दोज नीड टू बी डिफाइंड देयर, they are to be registered। and now if I am engaging in coastal shipping, which all will be the vessels regulated, it is all encompassing regulation for all the vessels which are used in coastal shipping। इसमें कोई ifs and buts नहीं है। समझा पा रहा हूं मैं? is it fine? is it fine? then you write down the next point। ठीक है, then you write down the next point। एक तो फर्स्ट इज व्हाट इज कोस्टल ट्रेड। पहला है व्हाट इज कोस्टल ट्रेड। तो अर्लियर दिस इंक्लूडेड carriage of goods and services, goods and passengers. Now the definition has been expanded and includes services, which means research and any other commercial activity except fishing. तो कोस्टल ट्रेड में पहले सिर्फ गुड्स एंड पैसेंजर्स को इंक्लूड करते थे, अब हम सर्विसेज को भी इंक्लूड करेंगे। ठीक है, ये डिफरेंस हुआ, हमने एक्सपैंड कर दिया गुड्स से सर्विसेज की ओर। सेकंड इज ऑब्वियसली इफ आई एम engaging in coastal shipping of goods and services, I need to be regulated. So if I need to be regulated, I require you are driving a vessel, so that regulation requires a driving license, right? Similarly, now you are regulating, now you are carrying out coastal shipping of goods and services, because coastal shipping के ambit में अब services भी आ गई हैं। ठीक है, पहले जो लोगों को लेके जा रहे थे, गुड्स को ट्रांसफर कर रहे थे, वही आ रहा था अंडर द प्रीमाइसेस ऑफ पार्ट 14 मर्चेंट शिपिंग एक्ट। अब कोस्टल शिपिंग लॉ में सब डाल दिया, और लाइसेंस चाहिए या नहीं चाहिए? इफ आई वांट टू कैरी license, is it required? I want to carry coastal shipping and I have registered my vessel under the Merchant Shipping Act 1958. Now what to do? Should I require a license? License is not required for किसके लिए? Vessels which are wholly owned by Indian persons. Otherwise it is required for all vessels engaging in coastal trade. ठीक है, तो अगर मैं एक इंडियन हूं, एक वेसल जो मैंने पूरी तरह रजिस्टर कराया और मैं ही उसका मालिक हूं, इट इज ओन्ड 100% बाय मी एज एन इंडियन, then I do not require the license for carrying out coastal shipping in my country. I can easily carry out coastal shipping without getting a license under this particular Coastal Shipping Act. But every vessel, apart from one condition where the vessel is owned by Indian, every other condition is actually requiring a license. License from whom? This license for coastal shipping is required from who? From Director General of Shipping. Director General of Shipping, who can also modify, suspend and revoke the license. हाँ, DGM है. When this particular law was passed, this was drafted. It was not in the law they wrote DGS only. I also wrote DGS, but it's DGM. There's no need to worry. Both of these laws have been brought into action. They have been passed. नहीं चाहिए क्योंकि रजिस्ट्री तो वेसल की है. उसमें उसमें रजिस्ट्री वेसल की है. वेसल को रजिस्टर कराना पड़ेगा. इसमें उस वेसल का आप किसके लिए इस्तेमाल कर रहे हो, लाइसेंस उसके लिए. लाइसेंस यहाँ पे इसलिए आवश्यकता नहीं है बिकॉज आप इंडियन हो और आप इंडिया में यू वांट टू domestically promote coastal shipping. The minister, when he introduced this bill, he said that I want to have a domestic independent coastal shipping fleet where there are as many Indians that you want. They end up buying vessels, they register as per the Merchant Shipping Act, and once they engage and involve themselves in coastal shipping, the law doesn't require any regulation. Thereby, there is no such criteria of them getting a license for their vessel if they are engaging in coastal shipping. Registration of a vessel is different, and once that vessel has been registered, any kind of involvement in activity is different. So that activity requires a license if that is to be utilized by any individual who is not Indian who is owning that vessel. तो इसमें हम डोमेस्टिक ओनरशिप, हम डोमेस्टिक फ्लीट को डेवलप कर रहे हैं और फ्लीट तभी आएगी जब उनके लिए कम से कम रेगुलेशन होंगे. ये ऑब्जेक्टिव है. ठीक है, नॉट वेरी हैवी, जस्ट नोट दीज 2-3 प्रोविजन. कौन देता है लाइसेंस और किसको लाइसेंस नहीं चाहिए और किसके लिए, बस ये पता होना चाहिए. ज्यादा डेप्थ नहीं देखना, इसकी ज्यादा डेप्थ है भी नहीं. 8-10 पेज का ये अधिनियम है. चले आगे. इसके बाद लिखो दैट द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, ठीक है, द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट एज पर द लॉ, the central government as per the law has to prepare national coastal and inland shipping strategic plan within 2 years of implementation of this act. ठीक है, तो बेसिकली इसमें यही हमने एक लॉ दिया है, ओवरऑल की है. मर्चेंट शिपिंग में सेपरेट प्रोविजन था, एक सेपरेट लॉ दिया, और गवर्नमेंट ये चाहती है कि अधिक से अधिक लोग कोस्टल शिपिंग के पर्सपेक्टिव को एज अ बिजनेस ऑप्शन ले और हमारा एक अपना खुद का एक फ्लीट हो, जिससे कि हम अधिक से अधिक वेसल्स को इंडियन ओन करें, उसको रजिस्टर करें. उनको लाइसेंस की आवश्यकता नहीं है. तो जो भी फॉरेन वेसल्स इन्वॉल्व है कोस्टल शिपिंग में, मान लो कुछ कांडला से पारादीप भेजना हो, पारादीप से वाइजैक भेजना हो, उसको हम प्रिवेंट कर सकते हैं विद दी हेल्प ऑफ व्हाट, कोस्टल शिपिंग एक्ट 2025. ठीक है. अब इसी के साथ आखिरी 2 लॉज हम जल्दी से वाइंड अप कर लेते हैं, उसमें कुछ ज्यादा है नहीं. तो ठीक है, नाउ यू राइट डाउन. द नेक्स्ट इज डी एंड ई. डी इज Bill of Lading Act 2025, where it replaces Indian Bills of Lading Act 1856 इंडियन बिल्स ऑफ लेडिंग एक्ट 1856। ठीक है, अब इसमें बड़ी सिंपल सी चीजें हैं एक्सप्लेन करने के लिए। दिस इज Maersk. It's a big Danish company which is involved in making medicines. That is Novo Nordisk. It is basically involved in transporting freight. So it's a freight carrier. I am a individual who is shipping. Shipping means जो सामान भेज रहा है, मेरे को यहां से शिफ्ट होना है लंदन, तो मैं उसको हवाई जहाज से भेजूंगा, बहुत महंगा पड़ेगा। मैंने सिंपल मायर्स को फोन किया, मैंने कहा मेरे को 4 डबल बेड है, 6 अलमारियां हैं, 50-60 किलो किताबें हैं और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स है, इसको हमें शिफ्ट करना है। वो बोलेगा ठीक है। अब जब मैं उसके पास लेके जाऊंगा सामान, आई विल टेक दैट पर्टिकुलर सामान टू हिम, तो वो उसको रिसीव करेगा, और रिसीव करेगा तो वो ये तो चेक करेगा ना कि क्या क्या सामान है। ही विल बेसिकली हैव एन इन्वेंट्री, ही विल आस्क मी क्वेश्चंस, जैसे कोरियर वाले पूछते हैं क्या है जी क्या नहीं है, सक्सेस बताइए, हमारे पास जिम्मेदारी नहीं, वट एवर इट इज। उससे क्लैरिटी मेरे को भी रहेगी, क्लैरिटी इसको भी रहेगी। तो ये फ्रीट कैरियर जब व्हेन ही रिसीव्स, ही विल प्रोवाइड मी समथिंग कॉल्ड एज bill of lading. He will provide me bill or lading, which contains what type of good, quantity, condition and destination, and thereby it outlines responsibility, liability, rights and immunity of carriers, of the carriers. तो एक भाई इट्स लाइक अ डिमांड, इट्स लाइक अ डिमांड सेटिंग कि भाई ये सामान है, लंदन जाएगा, इतने आपने सामान दिए हैं, आप इस पे रिसीविंग ले लीजिए, ये रहा आपका बिल ऑफ लेडिंग। कल को इसमें कुछ भी ऊपर नीचे होता है, इसकी जिम्मेदारी हमारी होगी। जो बिल में दिया है वो सारा एक्चुअल डिटेल्स ऑफ द ट्रांजैक्शन है। जब आप इसको शिफ्ट करते हो, शिपिंग में यूज करते हो, इसको बिल ऑफ लेडिंग बोलते हैं। तो जो इसका लीगल फ्रेमवर्क है वो 1856 का लॉ था, तब से इतनी सारी डिटेल्स चेंज हुई हैं, रेगुलेटरी फ्रेमवर्क चेंज हुआ है, लॉज में डेवलपमेंट हुई है। तो उसको ओवरऑल करने के लिए पूरे इस फ्रेमवर्क को, बिल ऑफ लेडिंग की क्या क्राइटेरिया होनी चाहिए, क्या जिम्मेदारियां हैं, पूरा फ्रेमवर्क बिल ऑफ लेडिंग को ओवरऑल करने के लिए हमने अब हमने पास किया है बिल ऑफ लेडिंग एक्ट 2025। एक चीज तो ये हो गई। दूसरा, यू कैन जस्ट राइट डाउन हेयर, so it's basically, just to explain you, this basically aims, what is the aim? It basically aim is to what? Update and simplify. Update and simplify. Update and simplify. क्या? Legal framework for shipping documents. Basically दस्तावेज। ठीक है, तो ये बिल, इस बिल को लेके एक लॉ हमने ये बनाया, एक तो ये हो गया और एक लास्ट, अब वी हैव कैरेज ऑफ goods, carriage of goods by sea bill 2025. Carriage of goods by sea bill 2025, it does what? चलें आगे, चलें नहीं चलें, ठीक है? It replaces क्या? Indian Carriage of Goods by Sea Act 1925. अब सिंपल सी बात है कि मैंने यहां से किसी भी इस पर्टिकुलर प्रोडक्ट को, मैंने अपने सामान को, आई हैड एन एग्रीमेंट विद मार्स्क एंड ही गेव मी अ बिल ऑफ लेडिंग. तो उस बिल ऑफ लेडिंग में क्या क्या होना चाहिए, उसका रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज क्या है, इम्यूनिटीज क्या है, मेरे पास क्या ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल है, वो सारा बिल ऑफ लेडिंग फ्रेमवर्क हमने उस लॉ में दे दिया. वी हैड गिवन दैट इन दैट लॉ. पर अब आई एम यूजिंग शिप, आई एम यूजिंग सी फॉर ट्रांसफर ऑफ सब्सटेंसेस. तो बिल ऑफ लेडिंग एक्ट उस पूरे कैरेज ऑफ गुड्स बाय सी का एक पार्ट है. हालांकि बोथ ऑफ देम आर सेपरेट लॉज, पर बिल ऑफ लेडिंग के लिए आई हैव गॉट बिल ऑफ लेडिंग एक्ट, बट आई एम यूजिंग सी फॉर ट्रांसपोर्टेशन ऑफ सब्सटेंसेस. तो उस ओवरऑल फ्रेमवर्क ऑफ राइट्स, इम्यूनिटीज, लीगल फ्रेमवर्क, whenever I am sending any particular substance or any particular item through sea, to set the legal framework of that transfer of goods, we again have a separate law which is called as Carriage of Goods by Sea Act 2025. Now see what it has here. समझ में आ रहा है? It's a broad law, documented law, कुछ ज्यादा है नहीं. You can just write down. It does what? It basically establishes, broad idea लेना, responsibilities, liabilities, rights, and immunities if goods are carried from port in India to port in India. Second, port in India to port abroad. ठीक है. और इसमें बेसिकली दिस इज बेसिकली इन कॉन्सोनेंस विद International Convention for Unification of certain rules of law relating to bills of lading of August 1924, and these are popularly called as Hague rules. Hague or Hague rules. ठीक है. Hague समझ में आया? Actually, I am able to, do you understand the framework? कि भाई before these rules were adopted by the West, and I was a citizen living in 1920, I wanted to shift to, let's say, Cape Town. I hired a freight carrier, and that freight carrier to some extent had no responsibility for transportation of the goods that he was carrying. So to set all of these freight carriers in order, we basically introduced a set of rules to have a clear responsibility fixation. between the shipping company or the shipper or the individual who is shipping, and also on the other hand, the freight carrier. So there is clear goal clarity that we enacted in 1925 Carriage of Goods by Sea Act that was adhering to the Hague Rules. But now over the years, it's been almost 100 years. पिछले 100 साल में Hague Rules जैसे UNFCCC में we had Kyoto Protocol and Paris Agreement. We have seen two changes. You have seen Kigali Amendment. You have seen Nagoya Protocol. You have seen the Aichi targets. All of these are changes that we have seen over the years. So thereby that set of rules, they also were, getting changed. These Hague Rules, they got changed. Thereby we have replaced 100-year-old law, colonial law, with this Carriage of Goods by Sea Act 2025 to give a modern present framework with respect to carriage of goods by sea, and thereby have a clear-cut responsibility fixation with the individual and the freight carrier, and out of them, for both of them, इन दोनों के ट्रांजैक्शंस में बिल्स ऑफ लेडिंग बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा है, उसके लिए हमने एक सेपरेट बिल्स ऑफ लेडिंग पास किया. ये कहने का मतलब तो दोनों कनेक्टेड ही हैं. इन अ वे यू कैन थिंक, जस्ट फॉर योर थॉट्स, जस्ट टू गेट इट क्लियर, दैट इफ दिस इज कैरेज ऑफ गुड्स by Sea Act, I can just say that somewhere here of the entire framework lies the bill of lading. जिम्मेदारियों का एक दस्तावेज बिल्स ऑफ लेडिंग है, बाकी पूरा लॉ तो है ही है, बस समझने के लिए, जस्ट टू गेट यू अ फील. ठीक है, आप यू टेक अ ब्रेक ऑफ 15 मिनट क्विकली, गेट राइट, एंड वील बी कंटिन्यूइंग विद अनदर, I'd say, bills. Aircraft Act is there. Okay, 2 amendments are left. Out of them, Viksit Bharat is what I'd like to take in great detail. So 2 laws are left, and then we start the Supreme Court judgments in current affairs. ठीक है, इसी के साथ let's meet after the break. Thank you. For हाँ, और कौन? उंगली तुम्हारी तरफ है? नहीं, क्या हो गया? सर मेरा तो 445 हो गया ना. इसमें मेरे में क्या कोई अलग घड़ी है क्या? 438. अब बताओ 434 + 15, इतना समय नहीं लेना. 449. ठीक है, 449 we'll meet. I'll end the class, then you'll reassemble. For the one bill that related to the use of aircrafts and the lease agreements that we sign, I'll give you the context, and then we've got the 2 important constitution amendment bills. One is the 130th Constitutional Amendment Bill that pertain to the amended provisions of the Constitution, that is 75, 164 and 239AA. And second, after this, we'll discuss the Adhiniyam. The Adhiniyam, which is not a law, basically a bill which is not an act, that is regarding the changed framework of the higher education in the country. Okay. So let's quickly write down this particular law that we have. After this, maritime laws. What was the number of maritime laws? Maritime laws, we had numbered what? Yeah, so after 8th, we now have 9th. And this is write down. 9th is protection of interests in aircraft Objects Act 2025. The name of the law and the hints which I have given you should be able to give you some perspective about the framework of this law. What is this law? Aircraft objects and the regulation. So what is the meaning of aircraft objects in this case? What is the meaning of aircraft objects in this case? Let's say there is SpiceJet. ठीक है, SpiceJet wants to run the services of an airlines. So it is not always feasible for itself to buy the aircrafts. That is a huge amount of investment that you require. So what it can do is it can lease an aircraft. So if it leases an aircraft, they'd be, let's say, some company which is giving out the aircraft for performance of the services. And in this case, SpiceJet now has to make some payment because SpiceJet has taken this particular aircraft on debt. Loan ही हो गया किस्म का. It has taken loan and this company is basically a creditor. So in this case, this company becomes a creditor and SpiceJet is the authority. SpiceJet is the airlines which has taken this particular thing on loan. Now let's say if there is financial trouble for SpiceJet and if there is a financial trouble because of this particular financial trouble, now the repayment has to be made for this particular company. This company has given loan. It's given huge amount of loan because it has lent you aircraft. उस aircraft को use करने के लिए आपको कुछ ना कुछ payment तो देनी पड़ेगी. अब आप बोल रहे हो कि मैं payment कर नहीं पा रहा, तो उस particular case में this company would want to immediately take control of the leased aircraft. Leased aircraft where one aircraft is costing millions of dollars, and if one company fails, there might be 10 other companies in the world which shall be willing to utilize the services of their aircraft, and they'd be willing to get into some financial arrangement. So if let's say I am a Turkish airline or let's say I am a Emirates airline and SpiceJet fails, so I'm willing to enter into contract with this company, but this company needs to come out of the arrangement as soon as possible, and this arrangement that pertains to the aircraft objects or any other substance, any other material like aircraft would require a strong legal mechanism so that all of those creditors, जिसने भी पैसा उधार दिया है, अगर उसको नहीं मिल रहा पैसा, उसको पेमेंट नहीं मिल रही, तो उस पर्टिकुलर केस में उसको उसके हितों को बचाने के लिए, उसके इंटरेस्ट को बचाने के लिए हमने प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ इंटरेस्ट इन एयरक्राफ्ट ऑब्जेक्ट्स एक्ट को 2025 में पास किया है, जाकि इंडियन गवर्नमेंट एक लीगल फ्रेमवर्क दिया ताकि जिस एजेंसी ने, जिस संस्था ने लोन दी है, वो इजीली अपना पैसा रिकवर कर सके और इस डेड एसेट को, इस फाइनेंशियल अरेंजमेंट को अपने हित में फॉर इट्स ओन सेल्फ इंटरेस्ट एंड देयर बाय एफिशिएंसी इन द मार्केट डाइवर्टेड फॉर some other purpose. आ रहा है समझ में? तो इसके लिए हमने इसको एयरक्राफ्ट ऑब्जेक्ट्स को पास किया. तो इसमें you just need to write these details first. Just write these details. The first detail that we have is that this act seeks to give legal effect. This act seeks to give legal effect to two agreements. Legal effect to two agreements. One is very important. It is called as Cape Town Convention or also Convention on International Interests in Mobile Equipment. In mobile equipment. And second is protocol to the convention. Protocol to the convention specific to aircraft equipment. So this law has been basically passed to adhere to the needs of Cape Town Convention and the protocol that specifically deals with equipment that is related to an aircraft. Right. Further write down that convention and protocol to bring uniformity. They aim to bring uniformity in securing rights. In securing rights, किसके लिए? For high value assets. High value assets जैसे aircraft, जैसे very good example, helicopter, जैसे it's like the motherboard of your laptop or mobile phone, जैसे engine, and they aim to ensure predictability for creditors. Predictability for creditors in the event of a financial default. In the event of a financial default. तो अगर फाइनेंशियल डिफॉल्ट हो रहा है तो उस पर्टिकुलर केस में ये दो कन्वेंशंस इंटरेस्ट को अपहोल्ड करते हैं. दैट इज द ऑब्जेक्टिव दैट वी हैव अंडर दिस कन्वेंशन. Now we have the provisions. After we have seen the objective of the protocol and the convention, now we have the objectives. First we have is registry authority. Registry authority is DGCA for registration and deregistration of aircrafts, and second, it can issue direction to implement the convention. ठीक है, तो एक तो डीजीसी रजिस्ट्री है, ठीक है. सेकंड प्रोविजन इसमें क्या है? दूसरा, दी डेटर्स, ऐसी सारी एयरलाइंस जिन्होंने डेट पे हवाई जहाज लिया है, कोई भी एयरक्राफ्ट ऑब्जेक्ट लिया है, दे हैव टू गिव रिकॉर्ड्स of dues to DGCA. Third, we have in the law remedies for who? Creditor in the event of a default. Where the creditor has to notify DGCA for default. ठीक है, in bracket, therefore the law assigns role to DGCA regarding implementation of convention and protocol. ठीक है, और last provision which you just need to know as a fact, last provision is detention of assets. Where the following entities can detain asset if dues are not paid. Pehla, just know this as a fact, central government. Second we have is any other entity providing services in India, and तीसरा है intergovernmental organization of which India is a member. देखो, कहने का मतलब बेसिकली ये है कि किसी भी एजेंसी ने अगर अपना इंजन, एयरक्राफ्ट, हेलीकॉप्टर इट हैज गिवन ऑन डेट टू स्पाइस जेट, तो पहले तो स्पाइस जेट को इन्फॉर्म करना पड़ेगा डीजीसीए को. अगर जिसने उधार लिया है उसकी पेमेंट नहीं आई, उसको भी इन्फॉर्म करना पड़ेगा डीजीसीए को. दैट्स अ सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी व्हिच इज रिस्पांसिबल फॉर योर मैनेजमेंट ऑफ डेटर्स एंड क्रेडिटर्स. Then DGCA is the primary authority for implementing these Cape Town conventions, international convention and the protocols. And tomorrow if the asset has to be detained, in this particular case the central government can detain the asset. It could even be any other entity, the entity that is concerned with provision of that asset to the debtor. In this case, this any other entity can take the powers. And third, intergovernmental organization of which India is a member. The law doesn't specify which is this intergovernmental organization of which India is a member. Intergovernmental means international body which has got different nations as members. For example, WHO is an intergovernmental body, UN is an intergovernmental body. तो वो intergovernmental body के पास powers हैं detain करने के. वो कौन है और उसकी nitty-gritties में हमें जानने की आवश्यकता नहीं है. आपको बस इसमें ये देखना है कि objective of the law is to ensure that the aircraft objects involved in that transaction, they can be fully set free, efficiency can creep in, and conventions have to be adhered to, for which DGCA has been given the primary responsibility. ठीक है? With this we are done with the primary acts which have been passed in the past. In the past, I'd say more than 1 year. Starting from, let's say, March till 2026, January, February. Now let's take up two important bills. The probability of them is very low. Usually the bills are not asked in the examination, but around those facts, there are certain bills which can be asked to you as a statement form in the civil services examination preliminary. So I'd like to quickly take a discussion on them. So you just write down here, write down important bills. Important bills which are in news. Bills means they have not become acts. This bill is only a legislative proposal. It has not become a law. That is what you need to know. First bill is which one? First bill is which one? One-30th Constitutional Amendment. It's actually CAB, Constitutional Amendment Bill. Before I take this, all the previous Constitutional Amendment Acts that you prepare in static polity, they have to be on your tips. Second, the differences in different types of bills, the constitutional procedure, and which type of amendments to the Constitution they require, simple, special, and with the ratification of the state special. It has to be on your tips. That's a part of static polity. I'll not take that. We'll only take the details of the 130th Constitutional Amendment Bill, which basically does what? It amends Article 75. If you know the center, you know the states, you add 89, the respective article for the states becomes 165. It becomes 164. And because the Union Territory of Delhi is governed by which law? Very good. The Union Territory of Delhi is governed by the provisions of 239 AA and 239 AB, where 239 AB allows the LG to promulgate ordinances. I faintly remember, you can just recheck, I faintly remember. And 239 AA was added to the Constitution of India by the yeah, very good, by the 69th Constitutional Amendment Act 1991, along with 239 AB for the provisions of Union Territories. 239 AA, 239 AB that speak about governance of National Capital Territory of Delhi. ठीक है, अब ये है बड़ा सिंपल. इसमें हमें इस एक बार चीज समझ में आ गई तो हमें ऑटोमेटिकली समझ में आ जाएगा. Now, if you all know, this actually started with the arrest of Enforcement Directorate by erstwhile CM, ex-CM of Delhi, that is Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. When he was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, he was behind the bars, and arrest of a minister or arrest of a member of state legislature, it doesn't lead to disqualification of that. It doesn't lead to disqualification of that individual as a member of the legislature. Whichever legislature he or she is coming from, if you are arrested, you do not end up getting disqualified. Theoretically, there is no limitation in the Constitution, in any of the laws, that prevents an arrested minister from losing his seat as a minister. It is only when such minister ends up getting convicted. The person who is accused of an offense, Mr. Kejriwal recently got released. He was accused of the offenses under Money Laundering Act. Accusation of an offense doesn't lead to disqualification of the individual as a legislator. Thereby, he could have stayed in power for as long as possible behind the bars, being under custody, being under arrest. He could have been the Chief Minister of Delhi. There is no constitutional provision, there is no statutory provision that debarred him. But having said that, ये कहने के बाद मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूं कि जेल से सरकार चलानी बहुत मुश्किल है. संविधान में कोई भी ऐसा प्राविधान नहीं है. आप जेल में रहिए, सरकार चला सकते हैं. संविधान शांत है. कोई भी अधिनियम आरपीए 1951 या आरपीए 1950 दोनों ही शांत हैं. There is no limitation. But because he couldn't have run the show for long, he gave the administration to young member of assembly, her name being Atishi Marlena. Now, to ensure that in case if this act happens, the constitution cannot remain silent, the government of the day has brought a provision where they are clearly saying that in case if agar कोई भी ऐसा मंत्री, now when I say मंत्री, it automatically includes PM and CM. That is not even a question. जैसे मैंने मंत्री बोला, उसका मतलब मुख्यमंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री स्वतः उसके हिस्सा है. काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स ऑफ विच PM और CM is a part. Council of Ministers includes PM and CM by de facto. That minister, he, if is arrested continuously, लगातार 30 दिन के लिए, number one, and number two, he or she is arrested for a law for an offense where the imprisonment minimum is 5 साल. तो किसी भी मंत्री को किसी भी राज्य में, दिल्ली की विधानसभा में और केंद्र में अगर अरेस्ट किया जाए और उनको बिहाइंड द बार्स रखा जाए, कितने दिन के लिए? 30 दिन लगातार, कॉन्जिक्यूटिव 30 डेज, कॉन्जिक्यूटिव. अगर 29 दिन रखा, 30वें दिन छोड़ दिया, 31वें दिन में फिर से डाल दिया, तो फिर से डे 1 31st डे से स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. कॉन्जिक्यूटिव लगातार 30 दिन के लिए आपने रखा, कॉन्जिक्यूटिव 30 डेज आपने रखा, लगातार आपने 30 दिन रखा. और किसके लिए रखा? फॉर अ लॉ वेयर द इम्प्रिजनमेंट मिनिमम इज कम से कम 5 या 5 से 5 साल. 30 दिन के बाद 31वें दिन आपको हटा दिया जाएगा. अगर नहीं हटाया गया तो ऐसा मान लिया जाएगा कि अब it will be assumed you will cease to be a minister at center state or in Delhi from the 31st day, in case if you are not removed by the president or by the requisite authority for the state, that is the governor, राज्यपाल. ये इसका जस्ट है. इसी पे बवाल हुआ कि भाई ये कैसे हो सकता है? This is innocent until proven guilty. Till the point an individual has not been proved of getting convicted, there could be political vendetta. The opposition parties, they said that so many agencies that we have at center, they can be misused. The person can be put behind the bars for 30 days where the individual minister is not given bail, and for offences which are slightly stringent like PMLA 2002, the clauses of the bail are quite stringent. I have recorded a video last year. I had taken the topic last year. You can have a look on that. So those clauses, they are stringent. So eventually 30 days you would end up staying behind the bars consecutively, and thereby you end up losing your seat despite being innocent. That is why the opposition protested. The government of the day said that this is not meant for you. It is meant for me. I have got more governments than you. So if I am not worried, why are you worried? That is what made this 130th constitutional scheme, and that is why it has to be just known with respect to the facts that exist now, that shall be overhauled by this 130वां संविधान संशोधन विधेयक. अभी विधेयक है. ठीक है, तो जरा लिख लो इसको एक बार. The way I'm writing it, it is applicable. Write like this. Applicable for who? Council of Ministers at center, state and NCT of Delhi, when if arrested for 30 or more than 30 days consecutively. Consecutively for offense, that is offense is 5 or more than 5 years. ठीक है, 5 or more than 5 years. क्या होगा? What will happen? what will happen? Number one is 31st day को President on the advice of PM will remove the minister if advice is not given. If advice is not given, Council of Ministers will cease to be minister. ठीक है. Next thing, if it is PM, if PM is arrested, then he has to resign on 31st day, and if he doesn't resign, then he will cease to be PM. In bracket write down automatically. In bracket write down automatically. स्वतः 31वें दिन से वो ऑटोमेटिकली वो नहीं रहेंगे प्रधानमंत्री. Write down in bracket, same applicable for CM, in states and Council of Ministers, and CM and Council of Ministers in NCT of Delhi. ठीक है. तो बेसिकली कहने का मतलब क्या है? कितने दिन से? 31वें दिन से. कितने दिन से? 31वें दिन से कार्रवाई होगी. 30 दिन को कोई नहीं छुएगा. जैसे ही 31वां दिन आएगा आपको हटा. देखो, इस्तीफा तो मंत्री कभी भी दे सकता है, वो प्राविधान नहीं है. आपको हटाया जाएगा मुख्यमंत्री के सलाह पे या प्रधानमंत्री की सलाह पे, जो राज्यपाल को दी जाएगी या राष्ट्रपति को दी जाएगी. एक बार सलाह दे दी तो आपकी सीट गई. अगर सलाह नहीं दी, फ्रॉम द 31st day that individual will cease to be a minister. This is the same for PM. PM cannot advise for his own removal. So in that particular case, the PM can either resign or he can automatically he'll cease to be a minister. So तय अपने आप 31 दिन को वो नहीं रहेंगे member of the house. जैसे when a member is disqualified, when he is convicted, he automatically ends up losing the seat in the house. There is no one who disqualifies him. कोई अयोग्य घोषित नहीं करता. कोर्ट अपनी सजा देता है, स्वतः सीट वेकेंट हो जाती है. उसका बस निर्णय सेक्रेटेरिएट, इट हैज टू बी ऑर्गेनाइज्ड, तो सेक्रेटेरिएट उसको पब्लिश करता है कि इस व्यक्ति की सीट वेकेंट है. अगर सेक्रेटेरिएट पब्लिश नहीं करेगा, इसी बाइपोल 6 महीने के भीतर एज पर RPA 51 नहीं करा सकता. सिंपल सा रूल है. ठीक है. एक चीज भूलना मत कि प्रधानमंत्री इंडिया में, दिल्ली में, द अपॉइंटमेंट ऑफ द मिनिस्टर्स एंड रिमूवल इज डन बाय द प्रेसिडेंट. दीज क्लॉजेस दैट यू हैव, यूटी वर्सेस, वो देख लेना एक बार. मुझे थोड़ा याद है. इट्स बीन टाइम सिंस आई हैव एक्चुअली रिवाइज्ड दिस, बट दीज थिंग्स आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर द एग्जामिनेशन. ठीक है. अब लेट्स राइट डाउन अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक, very interesting topic. This is now see, this is something which is having lot of changes. So what government had said when it got the bill, it has somehow changed some of the provisions Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan has changed his statements since the time it was brought in, and I'm giving the latest statements of the month of mid-March. So these changes will keep on happening. The ones which we have followed, I'll tell you, but when you will write your exam, there might be some more changes that will happen. But the framework of this law, so the probability is very less. I don't want to miss for the examination. So for me, I would want you to write. ठीक है? ठीक है? So you write down this. The Bayer Act is very strange. I could not get the connection for this law. Maybe the government will add in life to this law and thereby give some rules and utilize delegated legislation to give some reality, though this term is very important with respect to tribunal reforms. So we'll discuss that for mains, but you write down this law. This second bill, Adhiniyam, it's not become Adhiniyam. It is basically what? It is Viksit Bharat, Shiksha. Viksit Bharat, Shiksha, Adhisthan, Bill 2025. 2025. What is the meaning of Adhisthan? अधिष्ठान का मतलब क्या होता है? बताइए. इस बार आपसे नहीं पूछेंगे, हमेशा आपसे ही पूछते हैं. और भी व्यक्ति हैं, ऐसा ना हो हमसे नाराज हो जाए. तो आदान प्रदान का तरीका है नाराजगी किस बात. बताइए फिर आप ही क्या है. अधिष्ठान. हिंदी पढ़ी होगी आप सबने. सब उत्तरी भारत से हैं या सब लंदन से अपनी? हाँ, नहीं. अधिष्ठान क्या होता है? What is Adhisthan, online students? Adhisthan is establishment. Establishment. So you can correct me. I think it's establishment only. प्रतिष्ठान भी establishment होता है. जरा देखो एक बार जल्दी से. I think Adhisthan is establishment from what I remember. Don't worry. This is not important for the exam, but that's again a criticism that we are saying, that the government is getting in several laws which is using Hindi. So it is becoming Hindification of the laws. It becomes tough for, you can see all of them are Hindi and they perform extremely well in their Hindi. हाँ? और what you were saying, आप भी सही थे. दोनों पर्यायवाची हैं. What I mean to say is synonyms. Yes. ठीक है, let's go ahead now. So it is Viksit Bharat, Shiksha, Adhisthan. Let's write down. I would like to, first give you some brief here. So first, let's look at the entry under which this law has been passed. What is this entry? ठीक है, what is the entry? अरे नहीं. Entry of education is in the concurrent list, but this is about विकसित भारत शिक्षा. कौन सी शिक्षा? नहीं, प्राइमरी एजुकेशन के लिए थोड़ी ना है ये. तुम तो रुलाओगे मेरे को, आज लगता है. कौन सी एजुकेशन है? दिस इज हायर एजुकेशन, उच्च शिक्षा. उच्च शिक्षा के लिए हमारे पास संस्थाएं हैं, जैसे यू गॉट यूजीसी. यूजीसी कंडक्ट्स द एग्जामिनेशन. यूजीसी जेआरएफ, दे गिव यू फेलोशिप. यूजीसी गिव्स ग्रांट्स टू यूनिवर्सिटीज. यूजीसी गिव्स ग्रांट्स टू यूनिवर्सिटीज, पैसा देती है. यूजीसी बहुत बड़ी संस्था है. 1956 में हमने यूजीसी बनाई थी. फिर इंजीनियरिंग संस्थाओं के लिए हमारे पास एआईसीटी है. जो भी इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज से पढ़े उनके डिग्री के नीचे लिखा होता है डीम्ड यूनिवर्सिटी या यूनिवर्सिटी अप्रूव्ड बाय एआईसीटी. इफ यू हैव डन बीएड, सो बीएड इज रेगुलेटेड बाय नेशनल काउंसिल फॉर टीचर एजुकेशन. इन सारी संस्थाओं को हम ओवरहॉल कर रहे हैं बाय गेटिंग दिस लॉ. तो ये प्राइमरी एजुकेशन की बात नहीं है, सेकेंडरी की नहीं है, सीनियर सेकेंडरी की नहीं है, ये मिडिल स्कूल की नहीं है. ये सारी बातें तब है जब आप 12वीं के बाद यू एंटर हायर एजुकेशन, उच्च शिक्षा. चाहे कॉलेज जाएं, चाहे महाविद्यालय जाएं, चाहे विश्वविद्यालय जाएं, चाहे यूनिवर्सिटी जाएं, कहीं भी जाएं, उन सबके लिए 12वीं के बाद जो संस्थाएं हैं उसकी मैं बात करूंगा अंडर विकसित भारत शिक्षा अधिष्ठान। ठीक है, कौन सी हायर एजुकेशन, वो सवाल आपको सोचना है, क्योंकि हायर एजुकेशन कई किस्म की है। मैं डेंटल भी पढ़ सकता हूँ, बीडीएस भी एमबीबीएस भी कर सकता हूँ, अभियांत्रिकी भी कर सकता हूँ, है ना। मैं स्नातक की पढ़ाई अपनी अकाउंट्स में भी कर सकता हूँ, मैं बी फार्मेसी कर सकता हूँ, मैं डॉक्टर बन सकता हूँ, ठीक है, मैं वकील बन सकता हूँ। तो ये सारी संस्थाएं, बहुत सारी संस्थाएं चलाती हैं, उच्च शिक्षा फैली हुई है, उन सबको हम एक ही डर्रे में, एक ही संस्था में हम लाना चाहते हैं, वो उद्देश्य है। तो जस्ट लेट मी जस्ट एक्सप्लेन यू दिस थिंग। दिस इज बेसिकली एंट्री 66। याद करने की जरूरत नहीं है, आई यूज्ड टू फैंसी रिमेंबरिंग इट व्हेन आई वाज टीचिंग, but I don't think it's important for your examination in case you want to teach. But the slot has been taken already, so you just don't worry. So you write down, this is for higher education. Higher education or research and scientific and technical education. ठीक है, scientific technical education, right. Secondly, aim is what NEP 2020 points out. This is what we want. We want light what tight regulatory framework. Light but tight regulatory framework. Light but tight regulatory framework for what? For higher education. I'll just explain you what is the meaning of light but tight. This was the article that came up by the ex-UGC chairman, because unfortunately for the past 1 year there is no UGC chairman. His name is Mamidala, who was earlier in IIT Delhi and then he became a part of JNU. He wrote a good article, at least good to help me simplify you the discussion. Rest we can all have our individual opinions about the way the show was run. So in this particular case, there is NEP, light but tight, and second aim, broad aim that you want to have is that we have multiplicity, we have multiplicity of institutions, which needs to be addressed because of multiple regulatory approvals. Where you avoid duplication, avoid duplication, and have an umbrella, it's like mini umbrella organization which is called as Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhisthan. I'll just explain you why we have so many bodies and what's the work. So the idea is all of the bodies that we have, they'll be put into one. Which bodies, which sansthaएं, I'll just open up. Why one? I'll just open up. Let's get familiar with these terms to just keep the things in perspective and help you, just give you some numbers that if I look at the starts, that there is Ministry of Education 2021-22, it says that we have got approximately 1168 universities, जिसमें से 240 are under center, 445 are under states, and 473 they are private. They are basically private. And if you want to count all the institutions, we have more than 60,000. We have more than 60,000 higher educational institutions, that is college and onwards, plus how many students? 4 crore. How many students? 4 crore. How many? 4 crore students that we have. कितने हैं? 4 करोड़. अब इसको हम ओवरऑल करने के लिए, now we have the law. You write down the provisions. Now we'll open the discussion. We have the provisions where it deals with, write down, institutions of national importance. Basically, I'm discussing who all this will apply to. Institutions of national importance, which is under Ministry of Education. Then second, institutions of national importance under other ministries. Then C, universities in India. Universities in India established under UGC Act 1956. ठीक है. Then we have fourth that we have is, write down, institutions under Architect Act 1972. Architect Act 1972. Institutions, write down, under AICTE Act 1987. Then second, institutions under National Council for Teacher Education 1993. 1993. Seventh, institutions of open and distance learning, online education, and digital education recognized by UGC, recognized by UGC, recognized by UGC. Then eighth, write down, eighth, institutions regulated by what? Regulated by what? Such other professional councils. Such other professional councils. Such other professional councils notified by central government. Notified by central government. ठीक है, notified by central government. Write down before we start the discussion. Will not apply to, this is very important, will not apply to what? Professional programs under institutions regulated by number one, Pharmacy Council of India. Second is Bar Council of India. Third is Veterinary Council of India. Then National Medical Commission. National Commission for what? Indian system of medicine, homeopathy and what? Allied and healthcare professions. Allied and healthcare professionals plus dental plus nursing and midwifery. ठीक है, तो the idea midwifery, right? Now see here, the idea that we have, which is existing now, is that if I look at the present framework, I have got UGC that is dealing with all the universities, it is dealing with all the regulatory aspects, and a most important function that UGC has, that is the function of giving grants. This is a major function. So there is UGC that you have, which is certifying universities. It is having regulatory powers for regulating universities, and the same regulatory power is also involved in giving grants. So one is UGC, other is the work that is of UGC, the same work that is done for technical engineering admissions, engineering schools, that is done by AICTE, and then the other work that we have is for National Council for Teacher Education, that is dealing with B.Ed along with architecture. If you want to study 5-year B.Arch course architecture along with all other courses that you wish to establish, which will be specified by the government of the day, for all of them, we are trying to overhaul all of these institutions and create one overarching umbrella organization. That overarching umbrella organization is called as Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhisthan, where this Viksit Bharat is one particular Viksit Bharat is one particular Viksit Bharat is one particular agency. Viksit Bharat is one particular agency, one particular umbrella organization, but it will have three councils under it. It will have three councils under it. One will be for regulation. So you have created a separate council under Viksit Bharat for regulation, which was earlier done by UGC for universities which were not AICT, NCT or architecture or any of these professional councils which we have just seen. All of these universities, they came under the provisions of UGC regulation. फिर second is standardization. There'd be one council that will be setting the standards of how that particular the institution has to function, how that higher education institution needs to perform the role. And apart from this, the certification of the universities with respect to fulfillment of the standards will be done by the third council under Viksit Bharat. One council will focus on regulation. Second council will focus on setting the standards. And once the standards have been set, there will be some agency to give you the certificate. That certificate will be given by accreditation. That will be given by accreditation, or it is called as certification, where there'd be several agencies which will be certifying. Those agencies certifying will actually be certified by one of these councils that we have under accreditation council, one of the three councils that we have under Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhisthan. तो मान लो अगर कोई यूनिवर्सिटी है, मान लो there is a university that is basically meant for higher education. There is a university that is basically, for example, JNU. JNU is a university that is basically meant for research in social sciences, in humanity. But now if JNU wants to establish an engineering school, they would need to go for the requisite permission of AICTE, because that is not in the domain of UGC. If tomorrow JNU wants to start an architecture course, it would have required, in fact it's not an act, it would have required to take the permission of Architecture Council of India. If tomorrow JNU would want to start a course in B.Ed, it wants to conduct education mein M.Ed, it wants to run a course. If it wants to run a course, it would need to start a course after taking approval of NCT. All of this will end once we have the reality of Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhisthan. So if now let's say Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhisthan has become a reality, then I will just log into the portal. If I am JNU or I am that private university, I will log into the portal of Viksit Bharat Viksit Bharat, just like you log into your net banking, you can make some transactions, you can carry out a fixed deposit, you can log into your demat, you can block your credit card. All of that will be routed through the website of this particular case, where you can either go for regulatory approvals, there'd be a portal directing you here. You can even look at the standards set by the council within Viksit Bharat Adhisthan that is setting the standards. And third, you will also after observing the standards, you will also get it certified after getting accreditation from certain agencies who are certified by this particular agency. That is how this entire framework will be overhauled. But mind you, if somebody is studying pharmacy, he or she will not come under the framework of Viksit Bharat. If any institution, like all the law schools are run by Bar Council of India, or if you want to perform the 5-year graduation in veterinary sciences, or you want to be a doctor, or you want to be a dentist, or you want to be a practitioner in Ayush, you want to be a practitioner, let's say, in any of the Indian School of Medicine, or you want to be a nursing professional, or you want to be allied health professional. That's the focus of the budget that we had seen for the fiscal year 26-27. All of them, they stand to stay out of Viksit Bharat till the point the central government has not notified under the act whether that particular council has to be a part or not. ये ओवरऑल इन्होंने किया है क्योंकि यूजीसी के फंक्शंस को कम किया, एक अम्ब्रेला ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बनाई, पर उस अम्ब्रेला ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में हमने इसके अंदर 3 वर्टिकल्स भी हमने क्रिएट कर दिए. दैट्स द ऑब्जेक्टिव दैट वी हैव अंडर द विकसित भारत शिक्षा अधिष्ठान. AICT तब तक एग्जिस्ट करेगा जब तक विकसित भारत शिक्षा अधिष्ठान अधिनियम पास ना हो, और जब तक हम इसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस फाइनलाइज नहीं करते. इसमें लॉ क्लियरली कहता है कि जब तक ट्रांजिशनरी पीरियड फिनिश नहीं होता, all of these functions shall be performed by these bodies. They'll continue to be performed without any problem. सब जाएगा. फंडिंग कैसे होगा? किसकी फंडिंग? एक्चुअली यूजीसी, वैसे अभी तक मैंने बिल डिस्कस नहीं किया. आई जस्ट वांटेड टू टेक द क्लैरिटी ऑन दिस, बट सिंस यू आस्क्ड मी, ग्रांट्स के ऊपर जब ये गवर्नमेंट इस बिल को लेके आई थी, बिकॉज नाउ इट इज बिफोर अ जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमिटी एंड द बीजेपी एमपी वी पुरंदेश्वरी, she had sought time till the last day of the monsoon session of this year. She is meeting all the officials and trying to see what recommendations could be made, because opposition wanted this bill to be sent to the JPC. When this bill was brought in the winter session, or I think in the budget session, I think winter session last year, after Lok Sabha passed it, the government said that grant shall be given by Ministry of Education. But now, the 13th of March observation made by Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan in the parliament, that tack has slightly changed, where he is now saying that the function of giving grants shall not be taken away from VBSA. It shall be a function of Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhisthan only. So that is what we need to observe. We need to wait and watch till the point the clarity comes. But 100% this was brought in with the idea that regulation will be segregated, certification shall be taken away, and grant making function that shall be taken from UGC and put in a ministry. That is why we said there's a lot of centralization that is happening after the grant making powers is taken from UGC and given to the government, because UGC, despite the government having all the stakes in appointment, UGC, we cannot forget, is a statutory organization which is enjoying the powers as per UGC Act 1956. Okay, so now this is the framework. Now let's see the details of the members, councils, and how this law plays out. Is it fine? Let's look at this thing. Exceptions, they might be chosen. Architectural Council had disagreements, but they were given a seat in the 3 councils. We'll just discuss this thing. We'll discuss this thing. Yes, NARC NARC accreditation basically takes place under the framework of UGC only. The NARC, National Accreditation Council, which gives the NARC rating to your university 4.5, 4.8, 4.9. You would see universities certifying. That's a very good question, though, Revat. Though I'd like to discuss that bit more. That question, that function of UGC will become redundant because you have a separate council which will start certifying the performance of the universities, which is one of the three pillars that we have under, one of the three councils that we have under Viksit, Bharat, Shiksha, Adhisthan. That's a good question though. Okay, you write the provisions, your doubts will get sorted, don't worry. So you write down. Right? Now let's write down the provisions. Now let's write down the provisions. After the first provision is किस पे applies, that is how the law starts. Now it talks about other aspects. Now it talks about other aspects that number one, Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhisthan shall be what? Shall be what? Shall be what? A body corporate. It shall be a body corporate. It shall be a body corporate. Second will be the composition. You will have chairman. You will have chairman plus members, which shall be not exceeding 12, where these members will have presidents of the three councils. Of the three councils, it will have secretary, higher education, secretary higher education. It will have two eminent and distinguished academicians, which will be at least to the rank of professor. Rank of professor. कहाँ से? From state universities. State universities, you all know, you all come from states, they will have state universities. Plus, they will have 5 expert members. 5 expert members, and they will have a member secretary. Member secretary. So you don't want to go into the details. It's just that we are looking at the bare act when you will basically defend this law and you will speak about the lack of centralization in this agency. You can see that we are having 2 representatives from the state higher educational institutions, and we are also having 5 expert members, criteria for which shall be determined by the government of the day, and you have the member secretary who will be also one of the 12 members that you have. That is the composition. That is the composition of how we are replacing UGC by Viksit Bharat Sansthan and 3 verticals, 3 councils within Viksit Bharat. Okay, now you write down the next is Okay, functions, you just want to see them briefly. Functions, you want to see them briefly. Functions, you want to see them briefly. It will provide, write down, high level strategic direction. High level strategic direction. Develop roadmap for transformation. Promote India as education hub. Fourth, do what? Fourth, it will do what? Integrate it will do what? Integrate and promote Bharatiya knowledge. It will integrate and promote Bharatiya knowledge. Integrate and support Bharatiya knowledge. It will also do what? Give directions. किसको? To the councils for coordination. It will also provide financial support to the councils and recommend किसको? To the central government schemes and other bodies. Recommend to the schemes, other bodies. I am writing this like this because whenever you are reading any law in polity, because you'll be preparing several commissions for your prelims, you are asked CAG regularly in civil services mains. UPSC is celebrating 100 years of its existence, and we celebrated since last year only. So when you are by hearting it, you have to be very clear in your head what organization does what. So sometimes you can eliminate it. So these direct councils, financial support to councils, recommend and strategic direction, roadmap, integrate, these keywords is how it gets you clarity. When you are writing your answers also, you are basically explaining the functions of CAG. So audit, account, these boxes, these frameworks, they need to be clearly underlined for the examiner to be clear. It also gets you a clarity of thought, because when you are reading the last chapters in Lakshmikant, where you will be having so many constitutional, non-constitutional, non-statutory bodies, we end up getting flummoxed and confused कि यार एक कर क्या रहा है. तो उसमें आपको एक वर्ड को ढूंढना है जो मेन वर्ब है. वर्ब रेगुलेट, डायरेक्ट, फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट, रोड मैप या फिर पास गाइडलाइंस या हेल्प, वो ये सारे टर्म्स याद करने के लिए बहुत जरूरी है. एक बार आपने ये पढ़ लिया तो आपको क्लैरिटी फील आ जाएगी. तो वो आपको धीरे धीरे पढ़ के वर्ब्स को ढूंढना होता है जब कमीशंस और ये सारी बॉडीज प्रिपेयर करते हो. हालांकि सिविल सर्विसेज प्रीलिम्स में अब तक मैं आपको ये भी बता दूं, जब से मैं एग्जाम देख रहा हूँ, कमीशंस पे क्वेश्चंस बहुत इजी आता है, बहुत इजी. तो जिस लेवल की इंक्वायरी हम करते हैं एग्जाम के लिए वैसा क्वेश्चन आता नहीं, बट दैट डजंट मीन कि हम इतनी इंक्वायरी ना करें. पर हाँ, फिफ्थ शेड्यूल, सिक्स शेड्यूल, पार्ट्स और ये इनको आपको थोड़ा सा अच्छे से ओपन अप करना पड़ेगा. दैट्स माय रिकमेंडेशन टू. आई यूज्ड टू ऑलवेज से ऑल द पार्ट्स, ऑल द शेड्यूल्स, डीपीएसपी वर्सेस राइट्स वर्सेस ड्यूटीज वर्सेस प्रीएम्बल एक पेज पे होना चाहिए. जैसे इंप्रूवमेंट ऑफ नेचुरल एनवायरनमेंट एंड इंप्रूविंग एनवायरनमेंट, दे ओवरलैप विद डीपीएसपी एंड ड्यूटी. एक में नेचुरल एनवायरनमेंट है, वो शायद डीपीएसपी में है या फिर वो बेसिकली या ड्यूटी में है. ये टिट्स बिट्स आपको याद होने चाहिए, बिकॉज इस पे हर साल एक क्वेश्चन आएगा. पॉलिटी के वो लॉज दैट वी हैव स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम 1773 टिल नाउ, उस पे हर साल एक क्वेश्चन आएगा. सिविल, रिलीजियस, ट्राइबल मूवमेंट्स पे हर साल एक क्वेश्चन आएगा. ऐसे करते करते क्लाइमेटिक रीजन्स पे एवरी ईयर देयर बी वन क्वेश्चन. 15-20 सवाल ये फिक्स्ड एरियाज है जिनसे क्वेश्चन आना ही आना है. तो आप ये छोटे छोटे एरियाज पे फोकस करते हुए आप वो एक सेंस ऑफ knowing the area, by hearting it, you can reach that comfort zone of qualifying the examination. That is what I used to do. It paid me very well. I struggled a lot with those laws, 1773 to till 1935. Though I was very good with these laws, I used to like preparing it, but even I used to forget it. I think one year I got a question wrong, or I got confused in the exam, but I got it right. So I had one A4 size sheet. I took a pencil and I wrote all the laws at one place from Lakshmikant or Spectrum, whatever is your source. So once I revised it, civil movements on one page, religious movements on one page, it has to be on one page. These things, they have to be on one page because you have to see a cross comparison of the laws. No matter how good you are with the concepts, you end up getting confused. That's my experience. Maybe I was not good enough. Some of you might be good with the subject, but that played very well for me as a student. तो ये आप भी कर लो. कुछ एरियाज में अभी वैसे मेरे को भी टाइम नहीं मिल रहा. कुछ एरियाज में बताऊंगा आपको कैसे उनके लिए आपको लिस्ट बना के आप उसको प्रिपेयर कर लो. एक्चुअली मैं ऐसा करता था कि इन टॉपिक्स को हिस्ट्री का 100% फैक्चुअल पार्ट, एनवायरमेंट का 100% फैक्चुअल पार्ट, ज्योग्राफी का 100% फैक्चुअल पार्ट, वो उसको मैंने अलग बकेट बना ली थी. तो वो एक्स्ट्रा फैक्चुअल नॉलेज ऑफ फैक्ट्स जो रोज याद करने होते हैं उसको मैं अलग याद करता था. और एंशिएंट मिडीवल मॉडर्न पॉलिटी और अदर सब्जेक्ट्स का एक ब्रैकेट बनाया हुआ था. तो वो जो फैक्ट्स थे जिसमें एंशिएंट के कुछ टर्म्स हो गए या कुछ डिटेल्स हो गई, मिडीवल के, हालांकि एंशिएंट मिडीवल पूरा ही फैक्चुअल है बट आई रिमेंबर दिस, सिविल रिलीजियस मूवमेंट्स और ये यूरोपियन इन्वेजन हिस्ट्री का, मॉडर्न कम मिडीवल का, पॉलिटी के ये एक्ट और डीपीएसपी वो आई यूज्ड टू रिमेंबर. पॉलिटी वाज इजी. इकोनॉमिक्स पूरी कॉन्सेप्चुअल होती है तो कुछ याद करने का होता नहीं, वो फैक्ट्स बड़े इजी हैं. एनवायरमेंट के एरियाज आई रिमेंबर्ड. ये 3-4 एरियाज का ज्योग्राफी की रिवर्स एंड लोकेशंस को मैंने एक मैप में, मतलब बुकलेट बनाई हुई थी 4-5 पेजेस की. तो मैं सुबह उठते वो पढ़ता था और फिर 2-2 सब्जेक्ट्स का एक कोहर्ट बनाया हुआ था ग्रुप, तो उसको मैं वैसे रिवाइज करता था. तो जो फैक्ट्स थे जिनसे क्वेश्चन आने ही आने या 10 क्वेश्चन आने, वो रट्टा लगता था. वो क्वेश्चन गलत होता ही नहीं था, वो रोज रट्टा लग रहा है. क्योंकि अगर मैं उसको 5 दिन बाद रिवाइज करता हूँ तो वो होता है कि यार हो सकता है याद ही ना रहे. मतलब समझ में आ रहा है, मैं भूल जाता था, हो सकता है आप में से किसी को याद रहे. तो मैंने अपने लिए वो बकेट बना ली थी, छोटे फैक्ट्स. अब आई डोंट हैव दीज नोट्स, इट्स सो बिजी, देयर इज नो टाइम, आई वुड हैव शोन यू. तो वो अलग से मैं वही रिवाइज करता था रोज. और बाकी एरियाज आप अपने 2 सब्जेक्ट 3 के हिसाब से, वो भी आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी है, वो आप कर लो. तो अभी ये कर सकते हो क्योंकि अभी आप सब डिफरेंट स्टाइल से पढ़ते हो. कोई एक सब्जेक्ट 4 दिन पढ़ता है, जैसे मैं तो 2-2 क्लब करता था. दैट्स योर स्ट्रैटेजी. किसी व्यक्ति को एक ही फील्ड में मजा आता है तो अपने हर सब्जेक्ट का फैक्चुअल एरिया एक्सट्रैक्ट कर लो और उसका एक सेपरेट नोट्स बना लो, उसको रोज रिवाइज करो और बाकी एरियाज को आप अपने स्केड्यूल के हिसाब से पुश देते हुए याद करते रहो. दैट्स माय रिकमेंडेशन. इट रियली हेल्प्ड मी अ लॉट. इट हेल्प्ड मी permanently etch the facts in my head, which enables me to immediately look at a PYQ and let's say a full length test and tell you whether it's relevant or not, because somehow I developed that confidence, which might not be true for many of you. Sometimes I think that why didn't I attempt tests because everybody does it and that's the norm. I never felt the need because maybe I would have given more hours, whatever, I don't know, I was familiar, whatever it is. तो वो लिस्ट बना ली थी, तो चीजें याद थी. तो पीवाईक्यू फुल लेंथ टेस्ट देख के लगता था अरे यार ये नहीं पूछेगा. अब आज तक कभी ऐसा हुआ नहीं कि नहीं पूछेगा और पूछ लिया. अगर हो भी जाए तो एक क्वेश्चन ही होगा वो. तो आई कैन जस्ट टेल यू एंड सी एंड टेल यू कि ये पूछेगा नहीं पूछेगा. ये मेरे को समझ में आया था किसी भी सब्जेक्ट का 100%, 200% आ जाएगा. अब वो मुझे आएगा नहीं, वो अलग चीज है, बट पूछेगा या नहीं उसके लिए ये accumulation of facts, it's like a large language model you are training your brain. It sets and immerses in your head very beautifully. हाँ अभी क्योंकि क्या होगा, रोज रटोगे ना तो फिर जब मेरे साथ ये होता था कि मैंने इसका बुकलेट बना ली थी, रोज रट रहा होता था, तो पीवाईक्यू में जैसे कोई क्वेश्चन देखता था एक्सट्रीम फैक्चुअल, वो नोट्स में तैयार होता था. और जो बाकी एरियाज है वो थोड़े रिविजन मारते रहो, वो याद हो जाते हैं. तो हर सब्जेक्ट का एक्सट्रीम रट्टा वो आपको अलग करना है, उसका एक बकेट बनाना है ताकि वो बाकी एरियाज में आप रिलैक्स होते हुए पढ़ सको. नहीं तो पूरे टाइम हैवी हो जाता है थोड़ा ब्रेन. इट मेक्स स्लॉट्स आल्सो. मैप जैसे सोते टाइम आई यूज्ड टू स्टडी, बट राइटिंग नोट्स बनाते हैं आई यूज्ड टू ऑलवेज डू दैट हेल्प मी. लिखना बहुत जरूरी है. जस्ट सी व्हाट वर्क्स फॉर यू. दिस विल 100% वर्क फॉर यू. सो या, सो you write down next. So now we have the 3 councils. Now you have details of the 3. Now you know 3 councils. Now you have the 3 councils. ठीक है. अब ये 3 काउंसिल कौन कौन से हैं? रेगुलेटरी, सेटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स एंड सर्टिफाइंग, जिसको बोलते हैं अक्रेडिटेशन. तो इसके अब नाम है, ठीक है, इसके अब नाम है, एक नाम इसका ये देख लो, एक नाम इसका ये देख लो, एंड एक नाम इसका ये देख लो। तो एक बात है विकसित भारत शिक्षा, विकसित भारत शिक्षा, व्हाट इज रेगुलेशन कॉल्ड इन हिंदी? विकसित भारत शिक्षा, मैंने भी बहुत दिनों से हिंदी लिखी नहीं, तो मेरी स्पेलिंग हो सकता है गलत हो, गलत है सही है? हाँ, ना की छोटी मात्रा, हाँ अंदर से आवाज तो आ रही थी, पर वो लैक ऑफ रिविजन था, इसको भी रिवाइज करना है। यस, सही कहा आपने, विनियमन, विनियमन। तो दिस इज विकसित भारत शिक्षा, विनयमन, विनयमन, विनियमन परिषद। विनियमन परिषद। विक्टोरियन पोइट्री तो हमारे लिए एक सुहाव है, पर अपनी हिंदी भाषा में कविताएं हम अगर पढ़ें तो वो भाषा ही नहीं है, कैसे उसका लुत्फ उठा पाएंगे? विनिमयन, विनिमयन, विनिमयन परिषद, विनिमयन परिषद, ठीक है, विनिमयन परिषद, काउंसिल इस परिषद। हाँ, विनियमन, विनियमन, बिल्कुल सही, विनियमन, विनियमन, मेरे को घुमा दो। विकसित भारत शिक्षा, ये बड़ा ही मशहूर शब्द है क्वालिटी का। यस, गुणवत्ता, गुणवत्ता, गुणवत्ता परिषद। In English you call it accreditation, 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 ठीक है, accreditation, गुणवत्ता। और तीसरा विकसित भारत शिक्षा, what are standards? मापदंड इज पैरामीटर, शिक्षा के मापदंडों में बदलाव लाना आवश्यक नहीं, अति आवश्यक है। हाँ, वेरी गुड, ये बात ट्रांसलेट तो नहीं किया अभी अभी। विकसित भारत शिक्षा मानक, मानक परिषद। When you will get some of the North Indian cadres, communication has to have in Hindi, so you have to read that. But the thing is that we take the language for granted. So people who are not coming from that state, because they work extremely hard to get hold of it, they sometimes communicate very well in that language. ठीक है, तो क्या क्या है? रेगुलेशन, रेगुलेशन इज विनियमन, विनियमन। फिर यू हैव सेकंड इज गुणवत्ता, दैट इज फॉर सर्टिफिकेशन और अक्रेडिटेशन। थर्ड वी हैव इज स्टैंडर्ड्स, दैट इज मानक परिषद। ठीक है, 3 परिषद काउंसिल्स बन गए। अब इसकी डिटेल्स लिखो। मेंबरशिप सबकी सेम है। मेंबरशिप shall be chairman plus how many members? Chairman plus not exceeding 14 members. Chairman plus not exceeding 14 members. ठीक है, अब जरा देखते हैं अपॉइंटमेंट। Appointment, chairman shall be appointed by the president on the recommendations of central government. I am very waiting. I am very much waiting to see who would be the chairman of Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhisthan. Who will be this individual? It's a very interesting post. UGC chairman was a big thing. This is even bigger than UGC chairman. ठीक है, say yes or no. Then appointment of the president and full-time members. Full-time members. This shall be by the president on record of search cum selection committee, ठीक है। और जो अदर मेंबर्स हैं, 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 they shall be appointed by the president on record of central government, on record of central government, ठीक है। so you should just know this briefly, just know this briefly, you should just know this briefly. What you can just write down, one more thing, you can just know the term for the chairperson. This is 3 years, it can be extended to 5. For the president of 3 councils, it can be 3 extendable to 5 or 70 years, whichever is earlier, whichever is earlier, whichever is earlier. Members shall be 3 or until 70, whichever is earlier. Ex officio will be till the point they are holding the post, and nominees of states and UTs, they shall be holding for 1 year. They shall be holding for 1 year. And with respect to reappointment, the chairman can be reappointed, president can be reappointed, the members also, they can be reappointed, ठीक है, ठीक है, समझ में आया? Shall I explain you? If there is a chairperson of the Viksit Bharat, the regulatory councils, they will have, listen to me, regulatory councils, they will have presidents. Regulatory councils, they will have presidents. But with respect to the commission, that will have chairperson. There is no criteria of age. The term is for 3 years. It could be extended to 5 years, and then after the term ends, he can be reappointed to the job. He can be reappointed to the job. Second is president of the councils. They will have a 3-year term, and now when they are given extension beyond 5 years, then we need to see that whether there is a criteria of age and 5 years of term. So this 70 years criteria will come in only after he is being given a extension. पहले 3 साल का कार्यकाल है, एक्सटेंशन देते टाइम हमें ये देखना है कि वो एज 70 से ज्यादा तो नहीं है, अगर नहीं है 70 से ज्यादा तो फिर मिलेगा, है तो नहीं मिलेगा. तीसरा, the members that we have, the members we will basically do what? They will have a term of 3 years. They cannot be extended till 5 years. They can be reappointed, but this term of 3 years is subject to the upper limit of 70 years. So if I am a member appointed at the age of 68, then I will retire after 2 years. But if I am a person appointed as the president, I will be the president till the age of 71. If I need to be now given reappointment, then I need to see that if I am 70 or not. If I am above 70, then I will not be eligible for extension. I can be reappointed, but if I am less than 70, then the extension will go on for 5 years till the point I don't end up becoming 70. थोड़ा कंफ्यूजिंग है, एक बार एब्जॉर्ब करना हो जाएगा. ठीक है, अब एंड के 2 प्रोविजंस हैं, इसमें एंड के 2 प्रोविजंस हमें लिखने हैं. एक फंड का कंफ्यूजन नहीं हो रहे है, एक थोड़ा फैक्चुअल. आई टोल्ड यू लेक्चर विल बी फैक्चुअल, यू नीड टू रिवाइज. आई हैव गिवन यू लॉट ऑफ फेमिलियरिटी. दिस इज अ वेरी टफ एरिया. If you read it from any other source, it requires, I've read the Bare Act, so I can give you a simplification. If you try reading it on your own, but why would you try? No, you've listened to me, so it becomes easier. Just go back and revise it. This is a high probability area for prelims as well as main. Okay? Shall I go ahead? Just give me 1 minute. Yes, it has to be the president only. The chairperson will have the post only for this thing. It's basically, yes, it's president. Yes, please correct this thing. This is president. Replace this thing with the president. Chairman is a post that is meant only for the VBSA's head. He will be called as the chairperson or chairman. इन सभी के heads को हम क्या बोलेंगे? 3 काउंसिल्स के हेड्स को हम क्या बोलेंगे? प्रेसिडेंट. राइटली पॉइंटेड आउट. हाँ, तीनों का अलग, तीनों काउंसिल्स बिल्कुल अलग, तीनों काउंसिल्स के मेंबर्स बिल्कुल अलग, और इन काउंसिल से एक एक मेंबर जाएगा कहां पे? वीबीएसए में. ठीक है, प्लीज करेक्ट इट. टर्म ऑफ एक्स ऑफिशियो विल नॉट हैव अ टर्म. Ex officio is someone who is holding the job by the time he is holding that post. So Secretary of Higher Education in the central government, he will remain secretary till the point central government wants. By the time he leaves that post, he automatically ends up not becoming a member of the Viksit, Bharat, Shiksha, Adhisthan. ठीक है, so again correcting it, the councils, 3 councils, they will have president. Chairperson as a post is meant only for the VBSA who would be appointed by the president, and he'd be holding that post in a honorary capacity. हाँ, ये VBSA का चेयरमैन है. Yes, chairman will be used only for VBSA. ये president लिखवाया है. बस उससे पहले maybe I was simultaneously thinking it was president for councils, chairman for the chairperson or chairman for the VBSA. ठीक है, is it fine, Mohit? Did I answer your question well? Right, that's okay. Now let's go ahead now. Now you write down this fund that we are creating. Write down, this is Viksit Bharat. Shiksha Adhisthan. This will be a separate fund for own separate fund for own expense for Viksit Bharat, Shiksha Adhisthan, where in bracket all the payments by commission and councils, kitne councils? 3, shall be from Viksit Bharat, Shiksha, Viksit Bharat, Shiksha Adhisthan, Viksit Bharat, Shiksha Adhisthan फंड. ठीक है, तो एक जैसे CFI is the primary fund of the government of India. CFI allocates money to different ministries when we pass the budget. तो उसमें से Ministry of Education is one of the ministries. It used to give money to UGC. Now there is no such separate, now there is no such mechanism for money being given to UGC. Now we have constituted a separate Sansthan, Adhisthan, it is called as VBSA. We have constituted 3 separate councils. They, when they get the money or any transaction has to happen, they have their own separate statutory fund, which is like a consolidated fund, not for the government of India, but for VBSA and the 3 regulatory councils. Separate fund which is called as Viksit Bharat Shiksha Adhisthan Fund. Okay? And then you write down finally the penalties. Write down penalties on higher education institution. Penalties on higher education institutions. ठीक है, कौन लगाएगा? पेनल्टीज फॉर हायर एजुकेशन, जैसे हम देखते हैं ना AICT. Yes, write down penalties for higher education institutions shall be levied by regulatory council, which is called as Viniyaman Parishad. ठीक है, Viniyaman Parishad in bracket. Say yes or no. Is it fine? Write down in bracket penalties range from 10 lakh to 70 lakh. And write down for running university without prior approval. Running university without prior approval, it has a penalty of 2 crores. Has a penalty of 2 crores. Somehow this fact I know is not very important, but I don't know why I got attracted when I was reading this BEAR Act. So I want you to just know that the penalty is 2 crores. तो किसी ने यूनिवर्सिटी बना ली, एडमिशन ले ली है और पता लगा वो उसका सर्टिफिकेशन पंजीकरण ही नहीं हुआ, पर वो चल रहे हैं. ठीक है, that's the thing. So you have to know these provisions. We are discussing it now. The probability of it asked in the exam is less, but you should know the current framework of education. In fact, in my opinion, this law provisions are more technical, but the probability of 1/30th will be more than what you are discussing it here. Okay. So with this, finally, we will end the discussion of this thing. Just add one point, the last point which I want you to add. Last point that we want to add. Last point. Because it's a statutory commission, so it involves a lot of constitutional heft. It's not easy to bypass this commission. It's not easy to bypass this commission. However, if the governments of the day which have been elected in the states, they can be bypassed. So in that perspective, this is also something that is possible. So you write down here. The center after the approval of the president. The center after the approval of the president. After the approval of the president. After the approval of the president. Can do what? Can do what? Supersede. 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 Supersede the powers of the powers of the commission as well as the councils, as well as the powers of the council. For what period? For what period? For what period? For 6 months. For 6 months, in bracket max. Six months max, right? So with this, we are done with the discussion of the bill. Transgenders bill, I don't think will be asked in the examination. Let me see. I don't want to waste the precious time of this class over that bill. So let me see whether there's not much change though. 2-3 changes are there. I read the Bare Act. So I'll inform you in case if that has to be taken. I'll give you some 1 page, 1.5 page PDF, less than half page. The PDF itself is of 1 page. So what will I give you of 1 page? The probability of that being asked is very less for the examination. Okay? So with this, we are done with the discussions that we've had for bills